Welcome everyone to Transforming Science Learning, teaching NSTA Daily Do lessons in the elementary classroom. I will be introducing our presenters very shortly, but I do want to let you know that we have with us Don Boonstra for technical support. Oh, and I'm Kate Soriano. I'm one of tonight's presenters, and I will be moderating this evening. Before we begin, I would like to read the virtual program norms. The National Science Teaching Association strongly supports diversity, equity, and inclusion in the classroom and in all of our programs. We are committed to providing a welcoming, safe, productive, harassment-free environment for all participants of our events and programs, regardless of their gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, ability, ethnicity, race, color, age, marital status, veteran status, socioeconomic status, or religion. We ask that all attendees be mindful of their surroundings and of their fellow participants. All participants are expected to exercise consideration and respect in their speech and actions, and to refrain from demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior in speech. NSTA does not allow promotion of other products in our chats during web seminars. We ask that attendees keep the conversation on topic, use positive language, and remain courteous of others throughout the event, and allow everyone time to participate in the chat. And I am delighted to introduce to you tonight's presenters, Holly Hero, Emily Matthews, Kristen Moorhead, Brianna Riley, myself, and Wayne Wright. We also have with us in the room, and I'm going to see if I can catch everyone. These are our facilitators for February 9th. Karen Umida, Beth Pesnell, Jen Gutierrez, Jesse Samayan. Jesse, I hope I pronounced that correctly. I'll fix it if I didn't. Kristen Rademacher, and Carrie Williams. And I will let these folks introduce themselves to you when we move into the breakout room. We do have a collection of resources. This collection of resources is a forever collection. You may be most interested in this collection. Tomorrow morning, you will find the slides for all of the presentations posted here. And by Monday, because it's going to take a bit, the recordings for all of the sessions will also be found here. So even if you, let's say you are attending grade 2 this evening, you will have access to the remaining lesson immersions that are happening concurrently. And in this learning community, we are working toward a common goal, and we may be all thinking about what it means to get to the goal, how we get to the goal. We may have different questions about that goal. So it's really important for everyone to share their questions. You may get to a question faster than someone else who has that question and didn't quite know how to get it written and into the chat window, and they will be grateful that you posted it. And remember that we do have great expertise in the room, all of us in this learning community. And so please do respond to people who post questions or add to thinking that is shared in the chat window. I'll pause here to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to rename themselves. If you hover your cursor over your Zoom screen, you should see a toolbar appear at the bottom. Open up participants. It says just participants if it's not open. You'll find your name at the top of the list. Hover over your name. You'll see the mute and more buttons appear. Click on more and rename yourself to indicate which breakout room you would like to be part of tonight. And this is so that Don, our one technical coordinator against the 12 other people in the room who are facilitating tonight and February 9th, Don is on his own to get you all to the right place in time. So please do make sure you put your grade, number, or letter, as the case may be, at the start of your name. If you're struggling and it's making you crazy that you can't find the more button, have no fear. There are many of us who can help you. Just type your name and what number you want in front of your name in the chat window, and we'll do it for you. So we are happy to assist. So please reach out. You can share to everyone in the chat window. You also can use that drop down and write to Don Boonstra directly if you need help renaming yourself. So I'll pause here for just a moment more, but it looks like we have most people renamed.
And for tonight, please just choose one grade. You can always choose another grade another time.
That's right. So please put that number in front of your name. Lynn, it's by grade level. So each breakout room is will have an immersion in a lesson for that grade level. All right, I'm going to go ahead and forward the slide. Please continue to ask questions. I ask the facilitators in the room with information who can respond to the questions to help people out in the chat with questions as we move toward those breakout sessions and our lesson immersions for this evening. So I did want to take a pause. I know some people were rushing home, just jumping out of a car, jumping in front of a computer. Maybe some of you, it's so close to the end of the school day, the last student just walked out the door. So let's make this transition into the learning for this evening and also learn a little bit about the people in the room. So you may have seen this before if you've been with us. It's one of my favorites, but where are we this evening? How are you feeling as we move into these lesson immersions? And thank you for getting us started. I'm wondering that 7 can be interpreted in so many ways. Crystal, what do you think of when you see that 7? 8 and 9, I feel like, whoa, it's been a long day, but I'm kind of excited for what's coming. I see a lot of 5s in the room. I feel that. I am on my second caffeinated beverage of the evening. People are feeling a range of emotions as we move into the evening. Thank you. We're really across the spectrum, and that may play out in our immersions tonight. We may be feeling a certain way that gives us a different lens that we might have on another day as we are exposed and experience phenomenon together this evening. So very excited. Please do take a quick look at those sheets before I change the slide, but you are welcome to continue to post as I move through the next slide. So we're gathered here tonight to be part of these lesson immersions, to see what it feels like, looks like, sounds like when we are experiencing that vision for science education. So I pulled these paragraphs from the framework, approach this vision in a slightly different way. And I want to give everybody an opportunity to read what is posted and just take a moment, share something that jumped out at you, something familiar, something that's new, something that confirms what you are already thinking about this vision for science education. I'm going to go quiet here for about 90 seconds. Okay, thank you for these initial shares that are coming in, some of our more microwave thinkers. This idea of progression, something that builds over time, deepening understanding, actively engaged in the practices. And I saw an early share about experiences in all caps and getting the students to ask the questions. And not just getting them to ask the questions, right? To excitedly that is the first thing that they want to do. They want to look at something and then they want to look at it again from a slightly different perspective. And then the questions are rolling out. Fundamental questions about the world that help us explain other things that we see in the world when we can answer those questions. Personal connections. Thank you, Hillary. I'm going to shift to a maybe more familiar version of when we think about what the vision of science education looks like, feels like, sounds like in the classroom. And I'm going to take these paragraphs and squish it into a word, and I'm going to call that sense making. That really that captures the vision of science education. And as you move through these immersions tonight, as you are active participants in these immersions, think about, just keep a little piece of that teacher hat on and think about your experience and these critical attributes of what it means to sense make, what it means to experience, what it means to engage in the practices, where we're going to experience a phenomenon together, engage in the practices. It's going to catapult us into those practices, opportunities to share ideas this evening through the chat window and digital collaboration spaces to build toward a science idea and maybe some understanding of how the cross-cutting concepts can help us build those ideas and approach things that are unfamiliar to us. So with that, I'm going to now transition us into the breakout rooms. Folks, facilitators, I managed to do it with only 3 minutes over the buzzer. It might be a new record for me. So we'll be in these breakout rooms until 8:20 Eastern time. And we're very excited. Please do give the facilitators just a moment or two to get their slides ready to start the program. So Don, when you are ready, would you please move us into those breakout rooms?
Breakout rooms have been opened. You should automatically move into those rooms.
Now. Excellent. I am, we've got one coming through. I'd like to learn a lesson I could use. And I'm wondering, could you add your name that you'd like us to use? I'm seeing an email address, so it'll be great to be able to use your name since we're just such a small group. Robin, welcome. Excellent. Thank you, Karen. Yes, I agree. Kindergarten teachers rock. Absolutely. Let's see. Mary and Lisa would love to hear from you in the chat. No worries if you're still typing. Give it just a moment more. So as we do our work together, we are a small group, so it'll be really easy to take the time that we need to respond to ideas, to add ideas. So know that even if I've moved on, would love to hear you add your ideas to the chat or whatever we happen to be working on. But because we are such a small group and we're here to learn together, I absolutely would appreciate it if anybody has something they need, like, "Ooh, could you slow down?" Or, "Wait a second, I don't see the screen that I think you're showing." Please feel free to say those things so we can have a great experience together. To that end, I've gone ahead and turned my camera on. Would love to invite folks to either turn their camera on or unmute and contribute that way, because we are such a small group. There's Karen. Thanks. So to that end, in the way we feel most comfortable participating, either with camera on or unmuting, or chat box or combination of those, what we're basically going to be doing together is acting, thinking, and talking like scientists to make sense of the world. We'll be doing this with our lesson, and in this lesson, you'll be able to experience it as a student might. That is, I'll be inviting you to act, think, and talk like scientists to make sense of something in particular. But there will also be times where maybe we think a little bit like, what would a kinder student do in this situation? And think about what it would really look like to teach this lesson in the classroom. And lastly, we will have a few moments here and there that we will be able to sort of take a moment to really reflect and think about the experience and potentially how you might use that in your own classroom. And I realize that I didn't do much to introduce myself. I'm Kristen Moorhead, excited to work with you this evening. I am a former elementary and middle school teacher. I've been out of the classroom for quite some time, but I do a lot of coaching. So I've been in hundreds of kindergarten classrooms and done model lessons and worked with kindergarten teachers, learned so much from them, and look forward to learning from you as well. And I think for me, what makes kindergarten rock most especially is I am always in awe of the amazing, sophisticated ideas that kindergartners have and all they really can figure out at such a young age. So I hope we will experience that some together. So we are going to dive right in by making some observations. I'm going to show you a video, and in this video, it's intentionally has no sound. I'd like you to just notice, see, what do you see happening and what does it make you wonder? Here we go. All right. So we want to think about what we noticed, what we wonder. And what I'd love for us to do, and this is where, if you're comfortable showing us your or yourselves from the camera perspective, we want to think about, what did we see and how the leaves moved? And we want to try to show that with our body somehow, or with our hands. Use gestures, which are so important to all students, but particularly at kindergarten. So Karen, since you have your camera on, would you be willing to show with your hands or your body some of the motion you saw the leaves have? Oh, I love it. And if you're okay with unmuting, would you mind sharing what was that motion you were trying to show?
I saw the leaves gliding and tumbling and bouncing along the ground.
Ah, wow, you used a lot of words: tumbling, gliding, bouncing. For other folks, if anybody's willing to unmute, or excuse me, show your camera, would love to see some gestures. If you're not comfortable with that, in the chat box, would you share something you did? Like, this is what I did. I have to go back the other way to unwind myself from my cord. Pause for a moment so people can add those motions that they made or that they saw. And we're going to be able to think a little bit more about the observations that we made. And so I'm going to put a Jamboard in the chat box and like to invite you to go to that Jamboard. And we'll be on frame 1. I'm at the very end. And Lisa and Robin, Mary, if you're having any technical difficulties, let me know. Would love to hear from you. In the chat, you could chat me privately, or we've got one person there. That's great. Or just let me know that you're there in some way, or what we can do to best meet your needs. So on this Jamboard, how it works, if you haven't used a Jamboard before, is you can just grab a leaf and say, do I think I noticed a leaf that looked like that leaf blowing? And if you thought so, go ahead and take that leaf and move it into the box. I had set up 3 different Jamboards because I didn't know maybe we would have 50 people. We'll all be on this first Jamboard. And if somebody moved a leaf that you wanted, what you do is touch those 3 dots, and then you can duplicate and you can grab another leaf. So interestingly, I'll go ahead and go quiet for about 30 seconds to give you a chance to move some leaves. It looks like we have one person on the Jamboard, and I know we've got our little group of 4, so would love to have others contribute. And if not, then we'll use the information we have. So it looks like somebody noticed that we've got this shape of leaf, and there were big ones and medium ones and small ones moving. And I think I may have noticed that there was I picked the medium, that there were some leaves that were kind of this more, I don't know, hand shaped. So now we want to start to think a little bit about, what do we wonder? What did it make you wonder when we watched those leaves moving along or gliding, rolling? So this is called the alone zone. Like to just take 30 seconds for you to think about what do you do? What did it make you wonder? And from that teacher perspective, we're going to use those wonderings to see what we can figure out as scientists. Okay, that was about 30 seconds of wait time and alone zone time. And now I'd like to invite you to go to that same Jamboard. This time we'll go to frame 4. And I'll go ahead and put that, it should be right there present in the chat, but go ahead and add that in the chat. And come over to that frame 4. Oh, yay, we've got folks that have been able to make it over there. And to share, grab a Post-it. If you haven't used Jamboards before, you come over here and get a sticky note and then just type whatever you would like. You can change the color if you would like, and then save it. And if you change your mind about something, you can use those 3 little dots again to edit what you wrote. And you can also pull it to make it bigger. So if your question happens to be kind of long, we can make it nice and big. All right, I'll go ahead and be quiet for another minute so that you can write those I wonder questions. One would be great. More than one would be awesome too. Great. It looks like we've got 2 of us on the Jamboard. That's great. And so I think actually we've got Robin and Mary and Karen. That is our group because Karen, it looks like you're in here twice. So we know we have our group of 4. So we've got one question coming through, and that's a great question. I'd call that a teacher hat question. Let's absolutely talk about that. At this moment, I'd love to hear something you might have wondered about what was going on in that video with those leaves moving in all those unique ways. Let's see, what does it make me wonder? Hopefully we're still thinking of some ideas. For me, I kind of wonder, kind of thinking why, I'm kind of wondering why some leaves seem to move fast and some swirled. That's kind of an example. Oh, Thanks, Karen. And it's absolutely works great to share in the chat as well, because with our small group, I can grab that and put it on a Post-it. Does the wind always blow that hard at that time of year? Thanks for mentioning that. Oh, huh. And I don't know if you're thinking it was of a certain time of year, but I know I didn't realize till just this moment that my brain was like, oh, I think it's this time of year. Does the wind always blow that hard at that time of the year? Nice. So if we were doing this with our students, and this is what we're doing right now, is basically engaging in a lesson just like we would do with students. So this lesson, which is called the Daily Do, it's going to be available to you in the collection, so that after this experience, if you said to yourself, I do want to try this with my students, you absolutely could. Now, in our case, as you can see behind my head, we'll be using some actual chart paper, more like you might use with students. But because we're in this virtual situation, we'll also use this Jamboard. But I would not use the Jamboard with students, especially kindergarten students. This would be a big chart, and they wouldn't be typing the questions. I would be scripting the questions. So we want to see, like, what kinds of questions does this make students wonder? We kind of have that teacher hat on for the moment. And I'm going back to those noticings just to clarify. For the noticings, what I would do with kindergarten students is have a big chart paper on the floor with a box on it, so we could circle up at the rug, and I could invite students to come and place leaves or pictures of leaves in places to say, what did we notice? What did we see happening? So we want to think about what are some wonderings we have about why leaves or other things move the way they do on a windy day. And this was our small group space to share some of those ideas. And we also want to honor students' experiences in the room. And so I'm in Arizona. I think, Karen, you might be in Hawaii. So the kind of leaves we might see might be really different. I might not really have had much of an experience like this, and that might be true for Karen as well. Robin, if you'd like to share where you are in the chat, it could be kind of fun to hear just sort of how our experiences are different by where we live, where we live is different, as well as Mary would love to hear from you as well. But we want students to think about, did something like what happened to the leaves happen to you or someone you know before? Oh my gosh, Robin's in Florida. Very interesting. I think that's a really interesting span of Arizona, Florida, and Hawaii that none of us really have much of experience with this. So it's a great opportunity to think about, so what would be something similar in your where you are that might be something that students connect with, of what happens to leaves when they see the wind? Karen, since you're sharing with your camera, do you have a story you could share with us, as if we're all partners of something like this that's happened to you or someone you know before?
So the only thing that I can think of is that because we don't really have fall leaves, the only time the leaves are really on the ground is after a storm, or as a storm is about to occur and the wind is really picking up. But now that I think about it, because I am working with a kindergarten class right now, I think the next time we have an event like that, we should go out and look. with the students.
Yeah, that's one thing that a reason why I love doing this work is it just you see things in new ways. It's pretty fascinating to think about. When I was outside today, a really windy day in Arizona, and there was basically no leaves on the ground, but the way we have a lot of palm trees, as they do in Florida, as you do in Hawaii, that just watching how they moved from moment to moment was pretty fascinating. And after a hurricane, which that's a really big storm, thinking about all that debris on the ground and why did it fall there versus what did some of it move from those locations, or did some others stay in a particular location? That would be a really interesting way to take this idea of looking at leaves move in the wind and use an example that kindergartners have seen or are more accustomed to see. Thanks for sharing that. So now that we have a couple of questions, and with our students, they would have all sorts of questions. We've got, I wonder why some leaves move fast and some swirled, and does the wind always blow that hard at that time of year? We want to, as scientists, because you are the scientists, I just put my student hat back on. We've got this little hat icon to say, oh yeah, now we're back into student mode. If it's confusing at all of like, am I thinking like a teacher right now or a student? Then please just ask the question. Okay, so as students, or really like the learners we are, what could we do to investigate some of those questions like scientists? Could we do? Love to hear an idea in the chat box of what could we do to find out about the wind and how it blows, or why some leaves move fast or some swirled. Pause another 30 seconds for some ideas, and you might not be sure, and your kids might not be sure either. Like, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. So all ideas are welcome at this stage of trying to figure out what could we do? How could we do some science? Okay, so what students usually say is, well, we could blow on some objects. We could go see what would happen. And so this is where, if you might have noticed, invited you to gather a few materials that you could use to actually do the investigating. I also have my document camera, so I'll be doing some things under my document camera as well. But what I'd like you to do is just look around where you are if you didn't have time to gather, and choose 3 objects to blow on with a straw. Now, at the moment, we're not going to try it. So this is the hard part. We're not going to try it. We're just going to predict. So right now we're just gathering 3 objects. And if you happen to have a straw right with you, you can use a straw. But one thing I love about this lesson is you can also use a piece of paper to make a straw. And so I'll pause for a moment so you can gather a few things, make a straw with a little paper, just wind up the paper. If you'd like to do this along with us. And Karen had the idea of maybe collecting leaves and then blow on them. Ooh, that is something we could do. At the moment, we might not have leaves right around us. So let's just choose any objects to see what might happen. And first, we're not actually doing it. We're just predicting what we think might happen. So we're just thinking and gathering. I'm going to go ahead and change over to my document camera so I can share what I've gathered if you want to watch and predict from what I have. And there's 3 little dots at the top that I believe if you pin those dots, and actually I'm going to stop sharing my screen for the moment. And then let's see. That should make what my objects are bigger. It said 3. Once I started gathering, I couldn't decide. So you can make your predictions based on what you see here. So what I have is an actual orange flower I found on the ground on this very windy day. A little leaf. Here in Arizona, we have a lot of little leaves. This is a cotton ball. A rock. A little foam ball. And this is like made of the same material as the cotton. It's just a different shape. And so what I'd like you to do is predict. What do you think is going to happen when I take this straw? I'm going to kind of put it right near here. You won't be able to see me actually blow on the objects, but you'll be able to see where the straw is. And let's make some predictions. What do you think is going to happen? So I'd like to invite you in the chat box or to unmute and share, like choose one of those that you would have a prediction about what might happen if I blow air through the straw on it. Karen, would you be willing to share a prediction? You could just unmute if it's easier than typing. Your choice, though. And Robin, if you'd like to share an idea in the chat, that would be awesome. A prediction.
So my prediction is that the foam ball will move the farthest. Okay.
And can you say a little bit about your thinking behind that?
Well, because of its shape, it'll roll, and so therefore it'll travel farther.
All
However,
right.
I'm wondering now if maybe it's the little leaf that might travel the farthest because there'll be lift. There may be lift depending on which way you hold the straw, and because the leaf is very light.
Ah, okay. And you've entered that idea of like how I hold the straw might make a difference. Okay, well, now that we've made some predictions, let's find out what happens. So first I want to find out just what happens when I blow into that straw. So you can't see this part, but I am blowing into the straw. Maybe I can do it under here. And I'm just going to blow onto my hand. Oh, wow, I definitely felt something. So we might see things happen or we might feel something. And I felt air on my hand. So I felt air on my hand. So I think that these objects might the air might go onto the objects. Okay, here I go. Can't quite get my whole tray to show, so I'll show where things ended up. Ah, so what happened?
all the objects except the rock moved.
Okay. And did you notice anything else, Karen, about how they moved?
They moved in the direction of the wind, of the wind. I'm really curious about that flower though, because when you blew onto the flower, the inside of the flower caught most of the wind. So if you turn the flower around, I'm curious about whether that flower would have traveled as far, maybe.
Oh, let's try that. Okay, so now that you mention it, there is kind of like almost like a, what would you call that? Like it reminds me of like an umbrella shape.
Yeah, it's
Or
like a trumpet flower. So
yes, exactly. And so let's see what happens. That was blowing at the back of it. Let's see what happens when I turn it this way. Whoops. And just tell me if I'm not in the frame because I can't look at the screen and blow. Oh, I see what I did. I moved my tray, didn't I? Let me do that again backwards. I know. No, you probably couldn't see that. Huh. I don't know. Something is definitely moving differently this time. And so with students, they would be using the different objects. You would provide the objects for the students and the straw, which they would throw into the garbage after they were finished, and to see what kinds of things did we see happen. If we had a bigger group, we would go to breakout rooms where we could talk with a partner about this, because we want to share our own ideas, think on our own alone zone. We want to share in a small group, and then we want to come together as a class. And so by doing that, we would have had an opportunity to kind of try out some different ideas. And so let's see, I'm going to go back to showing myself. There we go. And we're going to go to my chart here to say what happens when we use a straw to blow air on objects. So what did happen? And I kind of did a little pre-drawing because I was trying to think about how am I going to get the person into this, because the person has something to do with it. This is my straw. And then what happened? Is there a way we could draw what happened maybe with the flower, because that was so kind of interesting to look at it those different ways. But Karen, what do you think? Would you think drawing the flower in those two different ways might tell us something?
So I think the first time you did it, you had the straw right up to, the flower is kind of almost like a windsock.
Okay.
So you had the straw almost to the mouth of that flower, or to the opening of that flower. And so that's why I think it traveled so far the first time. I think the second time you had put some distance between the straw and the flower. And so that's why it didn't maybe travel as far.
Interesting. Robin or Mary, would love to hear your thoughts about that idea. Did you see that same thing? But let's draw those different situations. This time, I'm just going to draw the mouth. And there's my straw. And one thing we can do is to revoice students' ideas. And so I'm going to try to say back Karen's idea. But thank you, Mary. Even with kinder students, we can ask them to say, what did this other student say? So that they're really listening to each other's ideas. Yes, I think my mouth is actually backwards on that one, but that's okay, because that's not really the point. You said the second time I was farther away when I started, and it seemed like it didn't go as far. Did I get that right, Karen?
Yes.
Okay, let me, I could label this mouth. I don't know. Let's see. Um, why am I having so much trouble drawing a mouth there? Oh, that's more like the right direction, I think.
And I think that when you had the flower backwards, there was nothing to really catch the wind, and so therefore, um, it traveled the shortest distance, or it didn't even travel forward. I think it traveled sideways, didn't it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like it did, which is another kind of interesting thing to note. Okay, and I heard you using a lot of words. You used the word, I think, forward to describe the direction it traveled.
Mhm.
And let's see, I think you used the word farther, that this one went far. And I didn't see anything. I didn't push this with my hand. So what pushed it? What made that happen?
The wind created a force.
Ah, so that idea of something getting pushed
Mhm.
is an interesting idea. And it seems as if the air is what pushed it. Forward, I might say forward air push. As I look at my words and think about how could I put those together? Huh. Wow. And that something about the shape seemed to make a difference. This was not very far. Huh. Okay, so now what we want to do, you all were on the rug with me in our whole class. You were sharing ideas. I was kind of trying to draw and label those ideas, but now we're coming to the end of our lesson for the day. And we want to go to actually drawing and writing our own ideas. So I probably didn't mention this, and I meant to. If you could grab a piece of paper to draw and write your own ideas, here is a little trick I learned from a book called Writing and Science in Action from Betsy Fullweiler. And if I just leave this up, when you go write and draw on your own, you might just write and draw my idea or these ideas that were shared in the whole group. And we don't want that to happen. Instead, we want our students to draw what they saw and draw what they're thinking about. So I'm covering up that class drawing and just leaving the words that we used. And so I'm going to go ahead and go quiet for 2 minutes and invite you to grab a piece of paper. It can just even be a scratch piece of paper. And oh, I love this, Mary. Like maybe you could just draw the straw with an arrow. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. Love that idea, thinking that we could show it moving from this position to this position. And the thing, oh, and here it went this way even. The thing about my person is I was thinking, what made all of this happen? If I just had the straw and I'm holding the straw by itself and I put it down there, nothing moves. So part of me wanted to somehow show like what causes everything to start happening. All right, so now I will be quiet for those 2 minutes and invite you in your own paper to write and draw what you saw and what you would be able to say now about what happened when we used a straw to blow air on objects. All right, that was 2 minutes. Hopefully that gave you enough time to write or draw something. And Karen, would you be willing to share? If you can, if you did draw something, you could put it up to the camera. That's even extra awesome. Or just share it if we can't see it. Let's see. If I pin you, I think I can see it big. Yes, I can. Okay. Could you say a little bit about what you have there? Oh, you're muted. No worries.
Okay, here we go. In
Mhm.
trial one, the straw was very close to the opening of the flower, and so therefore the flower traveled, it caught the air, and so therefore it pushed the flower quite a distance. In the second trial, I think you turned the flower around, so it was backwards, and because there was nothing to catch the air, it kind of moved sideways. And then in the third trial, you blew on it again with the flower forward, but you put some distance between the straw and the flower, and therefore there wasn't as much force, and therefore the flower did not travel. It still traveled, but not quite as far.
Okay, thank you. And thanks, Robin and Mary, for adding to the chat box. Robin said, I wanted to talk about heaviness. The heavier the object, the less it moved with the other variables controlled. And then, Robin, you said earlier, agreeing that the more concentrated the wind is, the more powerful. So these are all really important ideas that we can investigate next. So let's see, go back to sharing my screen for the moment. Let's see, hopefully everyone can see my screen okay. And so this basically is what I'm calling the end of day 1 of this lesson. And so one is to put our teacher hat on for a moment and think about, what was that like for you? What did you notice about how charting our ideas supported you in choosing what to write and draw in the alone zone? But mostly just what did you notice about the lesson, how it unfolded? And you could mention something specific about the charting, or think more about just maybe a teacher move I used. And you can add in the chat or unmute. Thanks, Robin. Robin said the charting's a good modeling and nice visual. Thanks for sharing that. We know our students need scaffolds, and sort of it's crazy how well this works. It's like magic. Even at kindergarten, that once you cover that up, mostly because in a real classroom, students would have blown all sorts of different things. Then you'll have lots of different ideas, lots of different ways to draw. And even if the drawing's just a little squiggle mark, if the student's like, this is showing this move, then that's telling us they're figuring things out. Yes, thank you, Mary. I was doing a lot of think alouds, talking students through it, like, maybe we could draw it like this. Oh, maybe this, maybe that. And using ideally students' ideas. Like if I had seen your idea, Mary, about the arrows earlier, I would have added those. So ideally it's those student ideas that we're using. Karen, anything you'd like to add?
Not at this time. You were impressive.
So thinking about those moves and what helps support our learners. Okay, so the way I've done this is kind of broken it into, now we're in day 2. So we have figured some things out. We have figured out what happens when we blow on an object. But I'm sort of wondering, have we been able to answer our questions that were on our Jamboard? So on our Jamboard, we had, does the wind always blow that hard at that time of year? I wonder why some leaves move fast and some swirled. And then, even though it's not technically on the Jamboard, I think, and it's not technically a question, it really is a wondering. And those ideas came out during that lesson. That Robin, you were saying wanting to find out about heavier. The heavier the object, the less it moved. And this concentrated wind, concentrated, I love that word. It's making me think like how much, or maybe even how hard. And so we have lots of questions. We could investigate all of those. The one we're going to pursue next is this one that was on our Jamboard, let's say, and with students, this is from a Jamboard from another time. And so how windy does it have to be to move the leaves? And that how windy actually makes me think about, Robin, your idea of more concentrated. So have we seen anything so far that could help us answer this question? Or what could we do with our straws if we were going to investigate more? What could we do to try to answer this question of how windy does it have to be to move leaves? So if in the chat box you would share an idea, I want to use your ideas. I already have a plan in my head, but the students don't know that. And most likely I can use your ideas to really drive where we go. Use a fan. So we might be thinking that a fan would push more air than I can push through a straw. And a fan might blow more consistently than I can through a straw. So I love that example because using a fan is a great idea. But what we're not doing in this lesson is going, oh my gosh, quick, we got to stop the lesson. I got to go find a fan somewhere. Rather saying, I love that idea. Let's think about how we could use a fan. But today we have these materials that I have on the screen. We have our straw, which we used before. And we have some different leaves with that are different shapes. Let's see. So Karen was saying more than one student blew through the straw. Okay. So kind of we need more wind, more air. Then they could see how leaves would travel with less force or greater force. Okay. So when we think about that word force, and I've asked you to just interact as you are as adults, a really powerful word about force is push. So push is a kind of force. So this is kind of a little word, but this is a really, really powerful science word. So let's think about pushing with our straw and think of how could we push air hard and how could we push air, I would want to say soft, but I think a word we could use for soft is gentle. So we want to think about a gentle wind or a hard wind or a gentle push or a hard push. So let's do some predicting before we do that. So here on this screen, I'm back to that Jamboard. And we're such a small group, I think actually either if everybody's at that Jamboard, you can move the leaves yourself, or if you want to just tell me what you think would go where, we could try that. And just for clarity, or we could kind of think about this as an oval leaf, and this is a hand-shaped leaf, or we could say the name of this one kind of tree that has a leaf like this is an ash tree, and a tree that has a leaf like this is a maple tree. Okay, yes, so use, perhaps a soft push than a hard push. You could use your breath more or less strong. Exactly. Yes, let's do that. But first, let's predict. So the idea here is that we would say, let's take this leaf and think about, do we think this leaf will not move at all? Do we think it will move really far? Or maybe we think somewhere in between. So I'll give us a moment if people want to grab a leaf and just move it along that continuum, or in the chat box, you can say, put the medium maple leaf here, or put the large ash leaf here. And for those of us, most of us that don't live where they have maple and ash trees, I'm just going to add in the shapes, because I was looking that up on the side as well, just to make sure I remembered which was which. Okay, so I love it. So Robin's sharing, and I think because the more surface area on the leaf, the more strength it will need to move. Okay, so I'm thinking you're saying if we do a gentle push, meaning I'm going to blow softly on this big leaf, maybe it's not going to move much or at all. And just in the chat, you can say, yes, that's what I was saying, or no, that's not what I was saying. Karen, what about you? Would you like to just unmute and share an idea of where we could put, let's not do all of these so that I'm like, oh my gosh, where has the time gone? Because we do want to have a moment to test this. Is there one in particular that caught your eye that you would wanted to predict on?
The little oval shaped leaf would be
Okay.
at the other end of the continuum.
You think that would be there? Nice. Okay, so let's do that same thing somewhat quickly with a hard push. So we're going to do that same thing, but this time we are going to, I'm going to try to blow hard. Mary's thinking about the shape. So Mary, do you have a suggestion here or on the last screen if you wanted to move your own of like, well, if we took, these are both small, but I think you're saying maybe they wouldn't be together because the shape might have something to do with it. And what do we think over here with the hard push? Same thing, or do we think something different would happen?
Can I revise my first answer?
Sure.
Can we go back to the previous
Sure.
jump?
Yeah.
I'd like to move the oval shaped leaf more towards the middle because it was a soft push, correct?
A gentle push. So the small one would still be more towards the middle, you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Okay. And so maybe we'll put this, because of the shape, we'll put it maybe here. We'll see. We're predicting, and we're really purposely using the word predict. For the most part, we're not using that word hypothesis till more like middle school now, just for, I know we're using our own adult thinking, and that's what I've asked you to do, but just thinking, being explicit about this idea of making predictions here. And of course, we can change our prediction, and our prediction may or may not be correct, and either way is okay, because we're going to be able to look more closely at what's happening. Let's see. Let's do just a quick hard push prediction. Karen, what do you think for hard push?
For the little leaf?
Well, anyone, you want to do the little leaf?
So, yeah, so for the little leaf, this time it should travel very far.
Okay.
With the hard push.
Okay. And what do you think about this big one? Still will not move?
It might move some.
Okay. And Robin saying maybe the more uniform the shape of the leaf, the more it will move because it'll catch the wind like a sail. The big oval shaped leaf will move a lot. That reminds me of what we were figuring, what we noticed with that flower of that shape and that making a difference. Okay, so I'm going to put my document camera back on. I'm going to stop sharing so we can see what happens. Okay, so let's see. And this time I think I can, no, it's okay. So you all are being very systematic as adults. I could imagine with kindergartners, they might just put them all in a big space and blow gently. Did we see anything happen? And then blow hard. Oh, so that might have told us a little something, but I can also see how we might have students that do want to do some comparing here. Let's see. All right. Let's see that. Oh, certain type of paper. Thank you, Mary. Great question. It is just copy paper. All right, here we go. Let's see. Hopefully, I'm doing gentle. This is gentle. Could you see anything? Did anything move? Okay, I'm going to go a little closer because I was wondering if you could really see that in the document camera. I actually noticed just the tiny bit of movement. Let me try again. Like a little lifting. All right, let's try hard. Well, should we try with the other? Let's try the other. Okay, here we go. They're kind of lifting up a little bit, but I don't see any forward motion. It's really hard not to blow harder. It's like you could see that it might go. Okay, now hard. Here comes hard. And with our students, we would probably, they would be doing this, investigating themselves, ideally their own straw, their own tray, their own set of leaves. Oh, that moved a lot. And I'm not even sure I did blow as hard as I did before. Let me try that again, hard. Huh. All right, let's see what we found out. I'm going to go back to my screen. Okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, is there a lip on the tray? Is it in the way? Yes, I love that question. So when I was trying to figure this out, I was like, I love the tray idea because it kind of keeps the materials contained. Because your kinder kids, when you teach this lesson, they're really gonna like blowing hard, as you can imagine. And so, but because of that lip, I was blowing at an angle. So it would matter on top of the leaf, under the leaf. Maybe they have a thought on that. Exactly, exactly. And so notice how just by doing this, it's making you ask more questions. Like I'm thinking, you might be thinking, Mary, well, could we investigate the same leaf, but on cardstock and regular and maybe on tissue paper? Could we try it with the tray upside down? All that good stuff.
Can I respond to Mary's comment?
Sure.
Mary, you said that maybe the students have a thought on that. They definitely would, I would think. And so that would be a good launching point for a discussion to not necessarily use the word variables, but introduce the idea of variables. And so how can we maybe, where should we hold the straw, or where should we place the straw so that everybody is doing it the same way, and see what kind of results we get. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And these are kindergartners. So as adults, our brains go systematic real fast. Kinder kids are not going to automatically think real systematically, but we can think about that idea of fair test and work towards like, oh, okay, yes, let's just compare this one and that one. So that's absolutely someplace we could head with it. And so we would want to say, okay, so what have we found out? Were we able to find out more about how windy it has to be to move leaves? And then we would go and answer our question. And we have 2 more minutes, so I'm quickly putting our teacher hat on. Hopefully, my hope would be that this gentle and hard push ideas would come out. And these are the science ideas at kindergarten that are in the standards or in the framework. Okay, so that was sort of the day 2. Have I tried this with real leaves? I love that question, Mary. I was round and round about it, and I think it would be great with real leaves as well. But then practicality wise, you could use the paper and then use the leaves, but it would be really fun to try it both ways. And so this lesson is in the collection. It would be so awesome if folks wanted to try it out. Here is a little caveat though. What we did on day 1, which was blowing the things that weren't leaves, that is the main thing of the daily do. And in that, it doesn't necessarily come back to our leaves in our video. And so this day 2 part is what I have developed so that we could get closer to really finding out what happens to those leaves. And so yeah, the real leaves may break easier. If it was green leaves, then maybe it would work just as well, or maybe use the paper leaves and then have kids go outside on recess or stay a few minutes after and say, what do we notice is happening to real leaves? What is the wind like right now? Is it a gentle breeze or a hard breeze? Is it pushing hard? Okay, we're going to be leaving in just a moment. It was a pleasure working with you. And yay, you're going to implement it, have your mentee implement it. That's awesome. I hope you found this useful in thinking about teaching for sense making with your students. And we're off to the main room in 5 seconds. Thank you. Yes, so fun.
We're going to do is, oh, thanks, Beth. I absolutely forgot. Recording in progress. Yep. We're absolutely doing what's making the sounds. It's a lesson plan that's available on the NSTA site. I'm Emily Matthews. I'm from the Chicago area. I have taught kindergarten through 8th grade, science and engineering, as well as I had a 4th grade homeroom for a long time. I am currently teaching pre-service teachers in Chicago with a focus on science methods, and I do curriculum writing too. Beth, what about you?
Hi, so I'm Beth Pesnell, and I am an assistant professor at Kansas State University. And so I work with pre-service elementary teachers. And so, yeah, I've been in the classroom, been an elementary teacher. So yeah, there we are.
Great. Thanks, Beth. All right, Kate mentioned this earlier, and when we go out, you will get a link to the collection where the resources that she mentioned, as well as all of the things that we'll have today for our immersion, will be available to you there. If you have any questions about that, I know Michelle Phillips, who's probably the person you've received lots of emails from, is great at helping you navigate the collections when you're ready to jump in there. Okay, revisiting the norms from before. I know that we'd love to have you participate tonight as you're here. Invite your cameras if you're able, or to just participate in the chat if that's more comfortable for you. However you can engage as a learner tonight will be great. Our focus is going to be learning together. So working in community, asking lots of questions, and pushing one another to think as first graders and as first grade teachers together. So you'll see on our screen and on the slides as we go through 3 different symbols to indicate what sort of role you'll be playing when we're on that slide or in that space in the Jamboard. The student hat, you don't have to pretend to be a first grader. You're welcome to if that is more comfortable, but you can be your authentic adult self, learning as we're going through and thinking about it from engaging without trying to figure out how will I teach this. When you see the hat that's a halfway hat, you can think like a student, but also have in the back of your mind, what would I be doing as a teacher? How would this work in a classroom? And then when there's no hat on the slide, you can assume that we're talking about what is this through the lens of a professional educator. So Kate already told us this, but to refresh for you and to kind of frame our evening tonight, and as first graders, you are going to experience a phenomena and figure out what is going on the way that scientists do using those practices. And the one bolded black most important piece is to share your ideas and to come forward with your thinking. When I was preparing for tonight, I came across some ideas I have about sound that were different than what some of the correct answers were. And that's okay, especially if you're a little bit uncomfortable in teaching science. It's okay to come alongside your students and not know the right answer. So tonight, I'm hopeful that you will share all of your ideas, your firstly formed ideas that may not be scientifically ready to publish, but they're what you're thinking right now. As we're exploring those science ideas, we'll be using the cross-cutting concepts to help us make sense of what we're trying to figure out. All right, so what's making that sound? What's making that sound? So I would invite for you in the chat and by yourself to think of a way that you could make a sound with your body. Think to yourself first. And then when you're ready in the chat, go ahead and type in some ways that you can make a sound with your body. You're also welcome to come off mute and make your sound if you want. Stomping. Clapping, absolutely. Ooh.
Kristen, I love the idea of clucking.
Where? Oh, maybe Kristen, are you just chatting with Beth? That's great.
No,
Cluck.
she said snap or clucks. Oh, I hadn't thought about clucking.
Okay. Excellent. As you know, your 7-year-olds will absolutely be able to make lots of noises with just their body. And it's good for us to think about which ones do we want to hear and how do we want to hear it, and repeating the sounds that someone else has made. So I'm going to try some of the ones that I've heard.
You could whistle.
Ooh. Yes. Yes. Lots of great ways. Okay, so let's think about clapping. When we clap, go ahead and clap by yourself right now, just on your own. What kind of sounds are you noticing when you're clapping by yourself? What kind of patterns are you noticing? Are the sounds different, similar? When you clap, do you feel like you're making exciting noises?
Each clap of mine just sounds the same.
Yeah, they don't change a lot when you just clap your hands together. Do you think people can make music with just clapping? Oh, changing the rhythm or how hard you're clapping? Absolutely, Crystal. Yeah, you can make music. You can make music. Stomp made a lot of money having music with just stomping their feet. Blue Man Group does a lot of things just with hitting things, including clapping. Let's think about other ways to make music. What are some other ways that people can make music besides clapping? Beth, do you want to sing for us? You can use your voice. No?
You can think like those a cappella groups, how they make all those different sounds.
Oh, yeah. My mom really likes to listen to Straight No Chaser. That's her favorite, which is an a cappella group I've heard. Beth is saying instruments. What's pentatonics?
An a cappella group that does the same thing. With
Oh,
the, like, yeah, they sing the Star Spangled Banner at oh, which game was it? At the national championship football game. It was amazing.
oh, wow. Okay, I'll have to
Probably,
check it out.
yeah, you have to check them out.
Okay, and I'll put it on my to-do list. Okay, so we have instruments, we have voices, we can sing. Let's think about some of the instruments that people may have heard of. If you are looking and thinking about instruments, what comes to mind? Ooh, violin, drums. Did you play an instrument when you were younger? Are you still able to play an instrument? During remote learning, my personal children were gifted with a recorder and they played the recorder from home. And that was a unique instrument to share. So we've got violin, drums, absolutely. Piano. Okay. The strings instruments. What I'm hearing here is that you guys know about a couple different instruments. Some have strings, some don't. And today I brought for you with you an instrument that we're going to use called our rubber band box. So if you are following along at home and you brought some supplies, you can set it up a couple different ways. We've got our rubber band box that has a rubber band and a box. Works on plastic, works on cardboard boxes. And if you don't have one, that's okay. I'm going to be able to play mine for you. So if you have yours, can you like raise your hand with a little reaction feature or put in the chat if you have one on your own, or if we're all going to be using my rubber band box. I think Beth's going to get one too. Okay. Well, I'm going to take the no responses to mean that you all are counting on my rubber band box tonight for some exciting things. So I'll do whatever you tell me to do to play my rubber band box. I'll hold it up for you sideways. You can see this is usually where I put leftovers, but we have one rubber band stretched across the top so that there's space behind and in between here. And what do you want me to do with my rubber band box? How could I make some sounds? Pluck it, absolutely. Not sure if you were able to hear that or not. I pluck it. How would you describe the way that the rubber band is moving after I pluck it?
It's almost like vibrating.
Hey, vibrating. What does vibrating mean to you? Side to side. Moving back and forth. So I hope Beth is telling me you can't hear it. That's good, because you know what? I was pretty sure my what is it called when the speaker auto corrects for you and it like removes background noises? I'm pretty sure that's going to think this is a background noise. I have a video for us that also has some rubber band boxes. So it's moving side to side. Thank you for saying vibrate. We're going to think about what's making that sound. But first, let's get you to be able to hear that sound. All righty. So I think Beth taught me a new Google Slides trick today. I think I can just click on this and you'll be able to hear and see it, right? We'll go full screen too. Yeah. Oh, here it is. And then I hit exit. How do I make it small again? Let me move these guys. There's my copy link. There we go. All right. Pause you. All right, so we saw it one time. And I think in order to be able to figure out what's going on with our rubber band box, we will need to make some special observations, such as that we were going to call our data as evidence to explain what's going on. We're going to practice being our scientists and starting with some observations. And those observations are going to be our initial data. So how are we going to gather some observations over Zoom? What kind of senses are we able to use when we're remote? Yep, absolutely your sight. You will be able to see. Eyes and ears, yes. Which one would we get to use if everybody had their own rubber band box that we can't use right now? So we have sights and ears we can use. There's 3 more of the major senses, right? That we can't touch it. Yeah, and when I see things moving back and forth, I want to be able to touch them. So that's one thing that we'll try and think about. Maybe how would this feel if we could feel it? But as scientists, we don't eat our science, and we won't be using our sense of smell today. But what we're going to do is put in the chat the Jamboard for you to be able to start gathering some evidence and data about what is happening in our rubber band box. So you'll see that when you click in, it should say first grade AM, and it's divided up into 2 sides. We've got on the left, the I see, and on the right, the I hear. And just a quick refresher about how to use a Jamboard. When you go over to your toolbar on the left, you can click sticky note and you can just type whatever you can see. When we'll rewatch the video a couple times. So as we're watching it, you can type in some of your observations. I see and I think I'm going to use somebody's word. I see the moving back and forth, and you hit save and then it'll pop up on your screen. So you are going to record your observations of what can you see and what can you hear. And if someone already writes down the observation that you wanted to share, you can put a little check mark next to it with the pen tool. You can use different shapes of the pen and change the color of the pen as well. So I see that most people are in the Jamboard now. I will put back the video. We're going to watch it twice through. And if you want to see it again, we can do that as well to make sure you have a good chance to make some observations and add those to our Jamboard. Now, what are you noticing when it goes from regular motion to slow motion? How is it moving? Does it move the same way the whole time? All right. See out of there. Let's click back over. So go ahead and add, what did you see? What did you hear? Oops, I still have the pen tool on. If you need the eraser, you can click that guy and erase lines if you didn't mean to agree. So seeing things moving back and forth. Yep. Ooh, let's see. I see movement decreasing from the time the rubber band was plucked to no movement. Okay, so the decreasing movement starts out with bigger waves and then shrinks down to smaller vibrating movements. In real time, the rubber band seems taut and bounces back very quickly. All right. What did you hear? Those visual observations, absolutely, we're seeing it move back and forth. How would you describe what you heard? It sounded like a real instrument. Oh boy. When I was preparing for this, my children were making fun of me for playing with rubber bands. So thank you. I'm going to tell them that you said that. It sounds like a real instrument. You heard a low pitch sound when the band was plucked. Give a second. If your idea is already up on the board, go ahead and add a check mark next to the ones that you're agreeing with, if that's what you saw or that is what you heard. And I have a follow-up question for the person who started with, I heard a low pitch sound when the band was plucked. What does low pitched mean to you? Can you add that in the chat for us to make sure that we're all using the same kind of thinking about what low pitched means? Well, when you get a chance to add it, that would be great. As we're thinking through the commonalities that I'm noticing about what we saw was that the rubber band needed to move. It was moving. But I'm curious if does the moving cause the sound that we hear? Does the moving cause the sound that we hear? Or does the sound we hear cause the moving? Is it Amina? Thank you. Low pitch sounds come from lower vibrations. Great. I'm wondering about that too. So I'm wondering, and it seems like we didn't make a decision yet. When we were observing, is it the sound that's causing the movement, or is the movement causing the sound? So I'm going to click over to our next Jamboard slide. And I'm curious, how could we investigate that next step? How could we investigate if sound is caused by the objects moving back and forth? Because if I hit my table, could you hear that? I hope you could hear it. Is my table vibrating? When I hit the wall, does the wall like move back and forth? Doesn't seem like it's moving to me. So go ahead with a sticky note. How do you think we could investigate if sound is caused by moving objects back and forth? What kind of experiments could we do? Use multiple objects, move them back and forth to see if they make sound. Ooh, kinds of objects. Yes, we could place objects in a box, move the box back and forth. What kinds of things could I put in a box? What kinds of objects could I move back and forth? Put beads in a can. Oh, and move the can back and forth to see the can should be something solid or the beads should be something solid. Put your first grade hat on. What kinds of things would you want to move back and forth? Beth is saying to make an instrument. Beads. So we're talking and use the word vibrations, pennies, hard objects and soft objects. Yes. Adding things back and forth to see how we could test if it's the moving objects that are causing it. Light and heavy objects. Oh yes, rice and glitter on a speaker to see if the sound moves them or if they move and cause a sound. So if we were going to test something that we have been looking for, I think with what we have on our screens and how we are together, the simplest bit would be to look and to put a pin in coming back to some of the objects to shake in there, because I only have this. But I did happen to bring some other instruments that might be helpful to observe, to see what happens when they're making sound. What kinds of instruments would maybe we be able to use to investigate with today? Ooh, maracas, string. So if we were in person, I would have run to the music room. If your school has a music room, I would have asked my friends who are musicians, or done some really great Google searching to find things that you all could play and touch yourself. We could absolutely make more instruments. I love the idea of adding some pennies into a can and making a shaker using different kinds of objects inside. I see maracas and stringed instruments and xylophones. Amazing. So I think what I found in my house was this lovely guitar that I have. And I also found a drum. So which one would you rather investigate? I had to make some choices today. Would you rather investigate a drum, or would you rather investigate the guitar? That was a tricky question. We have one vote for drum. Crystal, yes, emoji, drums. Okay, we're going drums. 3's the winner. Am I you? We're here. All right. So we picked drum. Let's do some drums. Just as we investigated with our rubber band, and you made careful observations of what you could see and what you could hear, I do have some video of what the drums might look like and sound like when we're hitting them up close. So I think I need to stop sharing for a minute. I lost my little toolbar. I absolutely lost it. I just need the drum slide. Can you get the drum slide, Beth? And I'll hit refresh and then it'll be there. Okay. Oh, now I can do it. Great. Let's go to our drums. All right, so careful observations of what we're seeing when we watch the drummers. What do we see and what do we hear? There's no sound? No. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Well, I must not have shared to hear sound. Oh man, that must have been disappointing. No wonder people had no observations for other things. My apologies, everybody. You think the sound's off. Let's fix this. Let me stop sharing. Make sure that I optimize to hear the sound. Thank you for letting me know. You know, share sound, optimize for video clip. All right. Let's see if we can hear them now. All right. Well, you know, anytime that you're doing something live, there's going to be a hiccup. So thank you for letting me know you couldn't hear it. So we're going to watch our drummer friend, and you are going to add into the Jamboard that says other idea, the guitar idea. Nope, not the guitar idea, the drum idea of what you see and what you hear. Oh boy. Okay, I'm actually going to bring it back to the beginning again. What are you seeing? What parts of the body is the drummer using? What seems to be causing the sound? What do you hear? So, oh yeah, wow, great. It's fun to pop back over to the Jamboard and see that there's stuff here. All right. So we're seeing sticks hitting different materials, and it's a fun rhythm, right? There are different size drums. The plates are being hit, different tempos and beats. Lots of different kinds of noises, thumping and clanging, high, low, metallic sounds, different sounds when the different instruments are played. Yeah, when I said drums, sometimes it's really interesting to see the different sizes of the drums, the different noises that they can make. Would you like to see a drum? Oh, let's see. I hear difference in the sounds when the plates are being hit in the relation to the way that they're faced. Ooh, like it sounds different when he hits different parts of the drums. So I'm seeing that it makes different sounds, and it's making sounds when he's hitting the drums, right? He's using the sticks, mallets, the tools that you use to hit a drum to make those sounds. Is that movement causing the sound? So let's watch in slow-mo to see what happens with just a simple snare drum. And I have been taught that the snare drum is one of the smaller ones that are right up in front. Ooh. Could you hear that one? I only heard two sounds when it was drummed. Yes? Okay. Just want to make sure that you can hear it. I'm going to play it again. I'm curious, do you have different observations seeing the same instrument played differently? was wild. What did you notice differently? Or what did you notice that was different when we saw it moving slow? The sound sounded different. Maybe it was deeper, a little bit louder. You noticed how the drum was vibrating? Yeah. When you say vibrating, I'm going to assume you mean that it's going up and down. Please let me know if that's different. The material on the drum moves like a wave. For those of you that are near a body of water, making great connections to what you've seen before. All right. So as we've seen, our drums moving back and forth, and we're figuring out, is it moving? Would the vibrations slow down when they're moving back and forth? When we watched the drums, we decided that the different size drums make different sounds. I want to make sure I have this, and I'm looking at it, and it looked like the drum material was moving in like a wave when it was going in slow motion. So we've seen 2 different instruments so far. We've got our rubber band box, where we saw when our rubber band moves, that it makes a sound when it's being plucked, and it doesn't make a sound when it's not being plucked. We heard some different pitches, we heard some different sounds. So we're going to take these data, these observations that you have come up with, we're going to figure out what patterns are you noticing about sound? What patterns are you noticing about the way that things sound? Sometimes when we're looking to, so you can grab one of the slides and type for yourself what's something you noticed. If they're all getting used, there's a second frame of extra patterns that you can personalize of what you have noticed about sound. What kinds of relationships are you noticing? So when you click on it, you should be able to edit, and then you can delete my line and just start just start writing on your own. So I'll give you a minute. I'm gonna let you think about what patterns did you notice of all the different sounds that we've heard. And if you want to go back and look at your observations from our rubber band box and the observations from our drum, go back and look at our data. All right. Some think time. Noticed a pattern that both instruments had some type of force that created the vibrations. Yeah, the force of plucking when it was our rubber band, or the force of hitting the drum with a mallet. Pattern I noticed is the sound moves in a wave back and forth. Yeah, in the slow-mo for our rubber band, we saw it going back and forth, and on the drum, it almost looked like a liquid. Pattern that I noticed is movement involved when it's making sounds. Absolutely. Did anybody skip over here to make a pattern? Nope, that's all right. So do you think from our investigation so far, we can say that vibrations make sound? that is one of the things that we're claiming already, noticing from our patterns. So I want to share with you another instrument. Whoop, nope, not that one. Another instrument that has 3 rubber bands. So I have my sample rubber band that's in front of me. Up on the screen, you can see one that has a red rubber band, a blue rubber band, and a yellow rubber band. What do you notice about these 3 rubber bands? Go ahead and put in the chat. What are you noticing about 3 rubber bands? They're different widths, right? We've got a thicker one, a medium size, and a smaller size width of our rubber bands. So they've got different thicknesses, and I'm wondering what kinds of sounds the rubber bands will make when I pluck them. And I had some friends with a very similar question. And I'm going to read for you our assessment probe. The probe says, rubber band box. Gabby says, I think the thin rubber bands make the lowest sound. Wade says, I think the thick rubber bands make the lowest sound. And Tara says, I think the thickness does not matter. And for your sake, what I want you to do is to scroll on over to screen 6. If you agree with Gabby, I think that the thin rubber band will make the lowest sound. You're going to add a sticky and say why. If you agree with Wade, you think the rubber band makes the lowest sound, the thick one will make the lowest sound. Or if you agree with Tara, I think the thickness does not matter. Go ahead and think to yourself, what would you say? Or maybe what would one of your students say? Who would you agree with and why? You can use words, you can use pictures. Think about your patterns that you came up with. Kinds of, who do you agree with and why? Oh yeah, on the Jamboard. Yep. So far, we've got a couple people agreeing with Wade, a couple with Gabby. Who do you agree with, or who might want your students agree with and why? All right. One person saying Gabby. Oh, nope, saying Wade. But meant to put it on Gabby. All right, so they agree with Wade because the thicker or wider an object, the deeper the sound it makes. The thicker the band, the more it vibrates in the air to generate noise. The slower, longer wave, slower, longer waves, slower vibrations. As the width is thicker, the greater the movement or the force. Did anybody agree with Tara? No? Okay, so what would you maybe want to know or see to help confirm your prediction? Would you like to see an instrument played up close with different size strengths? You're willing to bet your lunch or your dinner or your bedtime snack on who you agreed with? Amina, yes, absolutely. Let's take a closer look at a video. Let's see, I've got a ukulele up close and I've got a flamenco guitar up close. What would you like to see? see, which strings or which makes
Flamenco.
flamenco? Absolutely. Here we go. Let's see. Which one makes the deeper sound? Can you hear it? Let me know. All right, what did you confirm? What did you decide? What do we know? What do we have proof of now about our strings or about our size? You were right, Amina, you confirmed. And you must have agreed with Wade that the lower sound would be coming from the thicker string. But if you didn't catch that, that's okay. We know that our strings are vibrating and that they're making sounds. Let's go ahead and think about, are we ready to come back? I think we all agreed with Wade. This would be a great opportunity if somebody had not agreed with Wade to go back and use their evidence to change their thinking, to help them see, well, the way that the waves were moving, the way that the strings were vibrating, the thicker ones were making the lower sound. And actually the way that our ears hear sound, if it's high or low, the way that the rubber band or the strings are vibrating, that's called pitch. And that has to do more with the frequency of the rate of moving per second. The more vibrations per second, the higher the pitch, the fewer, the lower the pitch. But that's outside what our first graders need to know in terms of when we think about sound and what is appropriate for first graders to be figuring out about sound, right? So I'm going to put my student hat back on. And what can we agree about that's making the sound? What did you all figure out tonight? Amina was right.
I figured out that sound comes from forces moving different objects, plucking or pounding, banging.
Movement creates sound. We called those movements. What was the word that somebody brought with them to our class tonight? They decided that the movements that are causing sound, we're going to call them vibrations. Yeah. Now, if students don't use the word vibrations, that's okay. We like to add vocabulary words when they make our conversations simpler to have. So if no one comes with that word vibrations, I wouldn't necessarily introduce it until it makes the conversation simpler. And what I mean, Crystal, maybe you'd been saying that the rubber band had been moving up and down, and someone else was saying that it was moving side to side, and we could change the word from up and down to side to say, well, scientists use the word vibrations to describe the movements with sounds. That can make our conversation simpler to have. Now, what new questions do you have about sound or about these vibrations or about our stringed instruments that you didn't have before? What are you wondering about now? I'll share that one of the questions that I had after thinking about this is when I hit a table, which I found out you can't hear it when I hit my table. I know that vibrations, the movements are causing sound. I can't see my table vibrating when I'm hitting it. I can't see the wall vibrating when I'm hitting it, thankfully. Is it vibrating and I can't? I'm wondering, is it vibrating and I can't detect it? Or is it making sound a different way? That was the question that I had for this one. All right, so we're going to come out of thinking about this as a teacher, as a student, and to think about what did we do to experience and to engage in sense making tonight. If we were together, you would have had instruments to hold and touch. But what phenomenon, and you can put this in the chat or make a note to yourself, what phenomenon were we experiencing? Phrase that I did not make up is phenomenon don't need to be phenomenal. It can be something that is very simple. What was our phenomenon tonight? Yeah, and I actually scooch this over. The rubber band box, Amina. Yes, absolutely. The rubber bands make a sound when we pluck them. And I'm going to delete my square here and kind of go through some of the ways that we were engaging in the 3 dimensions. So when we think about the science and engineering practices, what were we doing as scientists? The focus of today was thinking about data. And you may not have realized that you were collecting data, but when we're in 1st grade, the idea of using your observations to find our relationships between the worlds and to use our observations to make predictions, that is analyzing and interpreting data. Oh, I'm excited that you're going to do this with your 1st graders. That's great. The disciplinary core idea is looking at waves. And I think I have to delete it all the way now. We know that our vibrating matter can make sound, right? And we didn't get into the idea that sounds can make matter vibrate, but you can see how that would be a really logical next step. And our cross-cutting concept to help us understand and make more sense of these waves was that patterns in the natural world can be observed to describe phenomena. So we were using patterns, and you came up with those patterns to explain what happened, why was the vibrating, what was happening with our vibrating matter? It was making sound. We could come up with patterns about how to make a loud sound and a soft sound. We could talk about patterns with pitch. We could talk about patterns. Oh, what other kinds of patterns could we make? Soft, loud, moving. Yeah. And then up above, we have our lesson level performance expectation, right? So the green of the cross-cutting concept of coming up or identifying with a pattern, using our science and engineering practice from observations of slow motion video to describe that vibrating matter can make sound. So you can see the 3 dimensions, the practices, the disciplinary core ideas, the cross-cutting concepts coming together to support students deciding and figuring out that vibrating matter makes the sound. I think. Yep. Oh, and I got the 3D table there. So what we have for you is when you are ready to engage with this, I'm going to scooch out of the, stop me to share for a second. Going back, when you're ready, or you're hoping to be able to do this and use it again in your classroom, all of the daily do's, and I just need to be able to go. Oh, zoomy zoom. There you are. Share screen. Thanks for your patience, everybody. I appreciate it. It's not sharing. There it is. So this one is called Why Aren't the Sounds the Same? But then the other ones are all available on the NSTA website, and you'll be able to go back into the TSL collection, teaching the NSTA the daily do's for lessons in your elementary classroom, and all the resources from tonight, along with the other daily do's from the other grades, will be available to use. So we finished just a little bit early. Oh, thanks for putting that in there, Beth. So if they're going to call us back at 7:20, but if you have questions or want to ask something else, we're happy to chat. I appreciate your patience and participation tonight in trying to use and talk about sound digitally. So I think.
Does anyone have any other ideas for ways that you could expand on this in your classroom? Or thinking about how you might do this in your classroom?
I can add a pro tip because I brought this to my kids' school and did it with first graders to make sure that things worked. And one thing that you might find when you're working with the rubber bands is we know that the thicker rubber band is supposed to make the lower sound. But if the rubber bands are not all the same size when they are off of the container, that may not be what you experience. So what I did and what I would recommend doing if you're going to do this with a class is to match a container and a Ziploc baggie with the rubber bands that work with that container. So they'll start with just one rubber band on there to listen and to experience the phenomenon. But when you're ready for them to add those other 2 rubber bands, you'll want to make sure that they sound as you expect. That was my sound finding, where I could not explain why my thicker rubber band was making a higher sound. So Amina says she's going to have students investigate the material, make the sound, split them into groups. Yes. I used to teach. Go ahead, Beth.
Go ahead. I was just going to say that if you don't have these types of materials, we all have one here in our body that we can explore the field of vibrations with our larynx. And so if you have students put their hands along their neck area here and they just talk, or you could have them sing or make a loud shout or a shout, and they can feel the difference in the vibrations just right there too. So that's something to think about.
We could hum too.
They could.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like a free, you don't have to have any supplies.
No supplies needed.
Nope, it's right there. It's attached.
I forgot we might show our cameras because sometimes we do that in small group. And I have been traveling since last week and I took my makeup off. So I'm doing what everyone else says, but I'm just warning everyone now. It doesn't look like my picture.
They love to see your face all the time.
I love you too. Hi, Chelsea, Natasha, Natalie, and Kylie. Kylie, did you want to be with us in second grade, honey, or in fourth grade?
I was just noticing that too as I was getting those slides up. Kylie and Chelsea, you both have a 4.
You let us know and we can move you if you'd like. Do you want me to move you? Let me know because I can do that. Just unmute yourself. Oh, you know what? They can't unmute. Can you put it in the chat box, ladies? Oh no, you're supposed to be able to unmute in
I
this.
think we should be able to.
You try unmuting your chat box it and we'll check.
Mm-hmm. And just let us know if you need to shift around.
Yeah, because poor Don's got a handful tonight all by himself. Usually has a little help. You ladies let me know at any time because I can from right here while Brianna's getting going. I can move you if you'd like. Hi, Jackie.
All right, it looks like Kylie, you are looking to go to 4th grade.
Okay, Kylie, I'm moving you over to 4th grade, honey.
It was nice seeing you for a second.
Yeah,
Enjoy
bye.
4th grade.
Okay.
You let us know the same thing. We're happy to have you. Always happy to have you here. But if you're looking for 4th grade, let us know.
Never heard or offended.
Great. But welcome. We're a small group today, which is exciting to dive in. So Natalie, Natasha, Chelsea, and Jackie, welcome to our 2nd grade breakout session. If you as you make your way to the room and they're getting yourself settled, love to hear a little bit about you. So we have your name, couldn't have even included that, but where are you from? What's your favorite student quote? Love to hear those things that your students are saying to you in the classroom. So something funny, something lovely, what's on your mind that is just your favorite student quote from your recent time in the classroom. And then as you're sharing that, if you can second to just make the space to record your thinking while we're working here together today. So that might mean grabbing a pen and paper, a notebook, could be scratch paper, like a sticky note, or finding a digital space to record your ideas independently for when we need that time. Isn't that the best, Jen, when the students just love science?
It really was. And Brianna, I was in Indiana actually, but flying out from Ohio. And we're working with the districts across the state with their Indiana Science Caravan. And it was fun. Every time I did a presentation, I said, who in here who can say any kid never said, ooh, I don't want to do science. Little kids love it. Love it.
Yeah. Oh, it's so incredible. Well, I'd love to still hear about where you're from, favorite student quote in the chat. I'm going to push us forward so that we can move through this lesson together. Near Nashville, Natalie, wonderful. But so that we can work through this together, I'm really excited to dive into this second grade lesson. So we are going to be digging into the daily do that's called How Do Seeds Get Around? This daily do is available on the NSTI website. So you have access to it. You can read through it. You can take it, teach it in your own classroom. You'll notice that the content of the lesson and what we're doing together today doesn't follow the lesson exactly how it's written online. But online, we have also posted a single point sense making rubric, which explains ways that the daily do as written can be moved more towards sense making on the continuum of sense making. So it's a rubric that describes some ways that this lesson can be shifted in your classroom. And I've made some choices to move this lesson even further on the continuum during sense making during our time together today. So we are going to, you'll see some things feel a little different than how it's written, but that is intentional. During our time together today, I'm going to ask you to participate in our lesson in 3 ways. One, with your student hat on. So that is fully embedded as a student. I am asking you to think like, act like a student who is experiencing this in their classroom. Occasionally, I might ask you to cross the line between your student hat and your teacher hat. So think like a student, engage like a student, but I really want to highlight some teacher guidance or a teacher move that is being used in that moment for you to kind of put in your back pocket as a potential strategy to use later. And at some point, we'll put our teacher hat on and just reflect on the student experience and the educator moves that are happening. So full reflection mode at those times. I just wanted to reiterate again these norms from Kate. So we are committed to our community, learning together, even in this small group. We are going to, we are coming here together to learn. So we are working towards this common goal. It's important that we're sharing our thinking, listening carefully, asking questions to help us move our learning forward together in this time that we have. This hour, we're already 10 minutes in. I am going to ask in your independent think space, your independent workspace, you take like 15 seconds or so to create for yourself an I notice and I wonder. A space for you to record what you're noticing and wondering about the phenomenon that I am going to show you on the coming slide. All right. So I have seen this happen every summer that I was growing up, and I'm excited to explore this together. I am going to ask you to flip through 3 slides that show some pictures, and I tell you a little bit of a story, give you some time to observe the picture, and ask you to record in this chart, what do you notice and what do you wonder? I have a picture here of day 1 of the summer, summertime, with a single dandelion flower in this field of grass. What do you notice and what do you wonder? And interestingly, about 20 days later, I noticed that dandelion looks a little bit different. So it changed. On day 20 in the field, the dandelion looks different. So record again in your independent workspace. What do you notice? What do you wonder? And as more time has passed over the summer, by day 100, there are a lot of dandelions in this field, all back to that way, the same similar way that it looks, that single one looked at day 1, but now there are many dandelions across the field. I'm going to give you some time to continue recording what you notice and what you wonder. It's going to switch the slide so you can see all 3 pictures together. The picture on day 1, on day 20, and day 100.
Amazing attendees in the 2nd grade room. Don't hesitate to type your thoughts into the chat box. We're wearing our student hats right now. So if you think of some things maybe that you might hear from a student, as Brianna is walking us through and facilitating, don't hesitate to share some fun thoughts and ideas. I'm wearing my 2nd grade hat, but I honestly and truly, as a kid, did that and would have loved having this conversation as a student.
This is a fun example. Then we'll do our half student, half teacher hat. This is a really fun example of something that maybe not all, many students have some familiarity with. They've done this, they've seen this, and now we're kind of asking them to think critically about, what do you notice about this? What are you wondering about this? All right. So we have recorded independently some of our what we've noticed and what we wondered. I am going to ask us to come together now as a full group to share our thinking. I'm going to drop a link to a Jamboard in the chat. And if you haven't used Jamboard before, I will walk us through how to use it. So we have a link to a Jamboard in the chat. Seeing a few of us are making our way there. And now we have a digital notice and wonder chart where we can start to add some sticky notes about the things that we've noticed, the things that we're wondering on this board together. So if you have not used a Jamboard before, it's a really great tool. It's a digital collaborative space. So you'll click this sticky note on the left-hand side menu here. We'll get this pop up. And I'd love for you to just record something that you noticed, something that you wondered, a few things that you noticed, a few things that you wondered, and then start to drag them into the columns of our T chart. I might say, let's take 15 more seconds to share our thoughts in this notice and wonder chart. We're seeing some really great things come out here. Some really interesting things that we're noticing, the change that's happening. See one note that says on day 20, it changed shape and color. And that made me wonder, I'll write this out, like, did the change happen suddenly or did it happen slowly? Did the change to the flower happen suddenly or did the change to the flower happen slowly? That's what's so that's what's so helpful about doing a class notice and wonder chart. I could see something that somebody else shares about what they noticed and it can spark new questions for me. Or I can say, oh, I didn't notice that. So I didn't notice that the flower got a bit taller. So that's really interesting. I wonder why that happened. But we're noticing that between day 1 and day 100, there are a lot more flowers and that something happened in the middle of that to the single flower. And we're missing some things here, right? Like where did all of these flowers really come from? How did we get from a single flower to, I don't even know how many flowers there are. There are a lot there. So we're going to dig into some of these questions. Let me go back to the slideshow here. We're going to spend some time sharing our initial ideas with our group. And we're going to start in the alone zone. We shared what we noticed, we shared what we wondered about what's happening there. But I'm going to ask that you first independently, we're going to work on a Google Doc, record your initial ideas about how or why you think the dandelions, why you think the dandelions spread across the field. And these are things that we're wondering. So what could you explain right now about how that's happening or why that's happening? And I will share this doc with all of us in the chat. And because we're such a small group, make our way here. I think we have 6 of us. That's perfect. So we want to fill in our names left to right and then top to bottom. So we'll fill out group 1 and then we'll fill out group 2. I had no idea how many people would be with us today. We obviously did not need 10 groups, so we will work our way through with these 2 groups. And then you can click the hyperlink to move to your slide, type your name, and then start by independently answering these questions. How do you think the dandelion spread? Why do you think the dandelion spread? And then start to, after you and your peers work in the alone zone, share your ideas, start to look for patterns. What are the similarities in the responses of the people in your group? What differences do you notice in the initial ideas of the people in your group? I am going to stop talking, but you have time to truly work in the alone zone, to think, to share your ideas here. We'll take 3 minutes for now. We'll check in 3 minutes.
Brianna, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. There's lots of people in there now that weren't in our class, our group earlier? Or are they just from other places? Or do you want us to pair up?
We have 2 people in group 2. Jen, I will join you in group 4 and 2 people in group 5. I think as long as we have a couple of people in group sharing their initial ideas, we can type out our initial ideas and start to look for patterns. If I was also noticing, so welcome Elizabeth, Samantha, Jackie.
Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, yeah, Jackie, Samantha, and Elizabeth joined us later, so I gotcha.
I will share a link. I'm not sure when you jumped in. I'll share a link to the Jamboard again, and that Jamboard has pictures that show the phenomenon that we're looking at. So we're trying to explain now how we think the dandelions spread across the field, and then why do we think the dandelions spread across the field. Natalie, I am going to move your responses into group 2 so that you have a group to work with. I think we're working across multiple groups here. Why don't we take 15 more seconds to finish recording our ideas? I see people scrolling through and looking for similarities and differences between the responses across our groups. I can see people jumping between groups. Thank you all. I'm going to navigate us back to the whole group. So if you can start transitioning back to my shared screen. I'm going to have this is a moment where we'll keep our student hat on, but I'm going to ask you to think about the teacher move here. So you may have noticed that on a few questions, on a few of your responses, I was dropping questions for you to consider. I also have those questions here on the slideshow together. In the classroom, as you're working independently or working in groups, these would be my back pocket questions. I would walk around the room, look over your shoulder, see what you're writing, see what you're drawing, and ask some of these targeted questions to help us kind of drive your thinking in the direction that we need it to go. So you're still sharing your initial ideas about how or why, but I'm challenging you to think deeply about a particular aspect of this phenomenon that we're making sense of. So in this case, I might challenge you to think, where do you think the new dandelions came from? When you're talking about how they spread, where did they come from? So that you start thinking about, they must have grown from somewhere. And then a question that I know that I dropped this somewhere is, what if we are not mentioning the idea of seeds, which most of us are, ask that question of what actually is spreading across the field. We see the start and end and one step in the middle, but what's the physical thing that's spreading across the field that's getting these dandelions to grow? I always loved in my classroom things like, did the dandelion get up and walk there? You don't then if it didn't do that, how did it get to this new spot? What's actually moving? And when we think about why the plants might need to, or the dandelions have spread out, we might ask questions like, what do plants need to live and grow? And does spreading out help them get those things? And then an additional question to kind of target our thinking there, what might happen if the dandelions didn't spread out? If they didn't spread, what might happen to the plants? Would we have as many? Would they survive? So these are all questions that I would use to target our thinking. And again, I'm going to keep our teacher hats on for a second for the sake of time. I noticed as I was looking through your responses, I noticed that we started to have some patterns come out in our thinking about how and why the dandelions spread. Right? We thought using those targeted questions, we would start to see these ideas that dandelions need water and sunlight to grow. Right? We might start to think about the dandelion seeds needing to get to new places to get these things. Right? We would use those targeted questions to drive that thinking. And we would start to, and I saw this in many of our responses, a lot of us think that the dandelion seeds blow through the air to get to a new place. That idea is definitely coming up. I have these endpoints in mind with our teacher hat on. And if we had more time and we're in the classroom together, we would have a conversation. We'd use those targeted questions that I shared on the screen. We would talk through this and negotiate our thinking to help come to these conclusions together. For the sake of time, we're looking at these together. But what I am going to ask you is in the chat, we know what we're thinking. We're thinking about these things. What can we not yet explain about these things? What are we missing in our explanation? We think dandelions need water and sunlight to grow. We think the dandelion seeds need to move to grow in new places to get water and sunlight. If they're just under the original plant, maybe there's not enough water for them. Maybe there's too many on top of each other, too much, not enough sunlight. And we think that the dandelion seeds blow through the air to get to a new place. But what are we missing? What can't we explain about these ideas? See, why do they start off yellow? That's a good question. And why do they change? I think we have some ideas forming that I saw on some of our initial ideas that the white parts are the seeds. Why do they start off yellow? Why do they change to be those white parts, those seeds? How do they know when it's time to change? That's a good question. And Jen, where's the water they need coming from? We have a lot of questions still about how they change, why they change, where the things that they need are coming from. I think it might make sense for us to think about how they're changing and why they're changing. Because we have this idea that these seeds are moving through the air, but I don't know if I can explain yet how they move through the air or why they move through the air to get from place to place. So this has to do with these questions about the changing dandelion. Why does it need to change to move through the air or to spread? So we're going to start thinking about, I'm going to ask us to think about whether we know of any other examples of seeds that move. Have you ever experienced seeing an additional type of seed besides a dandelion that moves? Think for a second. I'm going to drop our Jamboard page back in the chat here. And we're going to navigate to slide 2. So that's at the top. Again, if you're new to Jamboard, we can see these frames at the top. We'll navigate to frame 2, titled Moving Seeds. If you've ever experienced, seen, heard of a seed moving from a different type of seed, moving from one place to another, can you share that experience with us on a sticky note? That is a fun one. I love playing with the maple seed helicopters. Fruit falling off a tree. That's a great one. Seeds getting stuck in dog's fur. You ever gotten spurs or those sticky seeds stuck to you? Those are a pain to get off. The eating fruit, the pine cones falling from a tree, fruit falling from a tree. These are all really good examples of other ways that seeds move too. I'm going to ask you, you can keep sharing. I'm taking a look at the times. I'm going to shift us back to these slides together. Pull these up. So we started, before we started sharing our other experiences, one of the questions that we were asking is, why does the dandelion change to spread its seeds? I know that a lot of our questions were, why does it change? Why does it start out yellow? How does it know when it's time to change? Grouping that together, we're getting to this idea of why does it need to change to spread its seeds? And we can start targeting that to think about, well, how do dandelion seeds move through the air? And does it need to change in order to move through the air? But now that we have some additional experiences that we're seeing with other seeds that move, I saw a few examples of ways that seeds move. We have other things that move through the air, like maple seeds. We have animals eating seeds. So we have this other question that's starting to arise. Do the seeds of all other plants move too? We have a few examples, but I'm wondering if the seeds of all other plants move too. And do all seeds move through the air? We have a few examples of ways that they don't, but how do other seeds move? So we saw some examples together. If you haven't ever seen another seed move, we have a really interesting book that we can read together called Seeds Move that shows some really cool examples of different ways that seeds move. So as we watch, and we're going to watch about half, so that, again, I'm just paying attention to the time that we have. As you watch, record In your independent thinking space, any additional examples that you can find of ways that seeds move? Let me just make sure that my sound is shared properly for you. Okay.
Seeds Move by Robin Page. A tiny seed can one day become a flower, a fruit, or even a giant tree. Every seed, big or small, contains the beginnings of a new plant. But a seed needs sunlight, soil, water, and an uncrowded place to put down roots. To find all these things, a seed must leave home. It must move. A seed hitchhikes. Spiky, stick-tight seeds snag in a raccoon's fur and hitch a ride. They may travel a long way before they fall off. A seed shoots. A human touch, a passing animal, or a gust of wind. The slightest jostle can send exploding cucumber seeds shooting from their pods. A seed catapults. When the right time comes, the hanging seed pods of the touch-me-not flower burst open, catapulting seeds in all directions. A seed drifts. A coconut, the huge seed of the palm tree, drifts on the ocean. If it is lucky, it will wash ashore and land in a perfect spot to become a new tree. A seed burrows. Attached to a bloodroot seed is a tasty tidbit that ants love to eat. The seed tricks the ants into dragging it to their underground nest. There the ants eat the snack and then bury the remaining seed. A seed rolls. One kind of African grass seed looks and smells just like the droppings of an antelope. Dung beetles eat animal droppings, and these seeds fool the beetles into rolling them back to their underground homes, where the seeds can begin to grow. A seed sinks. A lotus seed drops from its pod and sinks to the bottom of a pond. There it will nestle into the mud and sprout. A seed hides. A western scrub jay collects an acorn, the seed of an oak tree, and carries it in its beak to a distant place. The jay then hides the acorn to eat later, burying it in the ground. But the jay forgets where it puts some of its acorns, and those seeds may become new oak trees. A seed floats. Monkey ladder seeds drop from their huge pods, landing in the water below. The seeds float on rivers, even across seas, until they take root on faraway shores. A seed squirts. The durian is one of the orangutan's favorite fruits, but its seeds are bitter. The orangutan eats the fruit and then squirts out the seeds. A seed scatters. The spiny mouse nibbles on the fruit of the tallyweed, but the seeds of this fruit taste terrible, so the mouse spits them out, scattering them all over. A seed falls. An unlucky mouse eats a wheat seed, then gets snatched up by a hungry hawk. After the hawk eats the mouse, it coughs up a pellet that contains the mouse's fur and bones, along with the undigested wheat seed. The pellet falls to the ground where the seed can sprout. A seed parachutes. When a milkweed pod splits open, it releases hundreds of seeds. Each tiny seed is attached to silken threads that parachute in the wind, carrying the seed far away. A seed plunges. The seed pod of the red mangrove plunges into the water. The pod will drift away, then settle to the bottom of the marsh and put down roots. A seed helicopters. The seeds of a young tree helicopter, spinning as they fall. They often end some distance from their parent tree.
Going to stop us there, move us along. So again, just for the
A
sake
seed
of,
plops.
sorry, trying to exit out of full screen. For the sake of time, I recorded some of the examples of seeds moving that were shared in the book and dropped those on top of our own experience in our Jamboard. If we had more time together, I'd ask you, we'd have a conversation, we'd share together, and we would put those on the Jamboard or on the classroom charts together. But for the sake of time, as we were listening to the book being read, I recorded these. What I'm going to ask us to do for the next minute or so is make our way back to this Jamboard and start to sort these examples into categories, into groups. So what are some similarities in the way that seeds are moving? Can we find a group that can we start to move ways that they move into groups so we can start to name them? You can drag any sticky note and move it around on the page, but let's start to organize our examples into groups. And I think I'm going to add another one on here. The example or phenomenon that we're looking at . I like the color changing for the same group. All right. So in our classroom, half student hat, half teacher hat, we would start to name these together. That's what do we think we'd name over here? I'm noticing, and I'll use orange, doesn't seem to be on the board yet. That this group over here seems to be related to moving by animals. All right, we have the seed sticking to the tail of a raccoon, the ant bringing the bloodroot seed into its underground nest, a jay hiding in it.
You got it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I will share my screen, hopefully. Let me see if I can chat Dawn. I can't share my screen.
Try now.
Oh, did you give me? There we go.
Okay.
Oh, thank you so much. I am
You're
so
welcome.
sorry, everybody, for that very unfortunate technical glitch that happened in the middle of that. So what I was saying, and I don't know when I got kicked off because
I'll tell you when you got. I think,
okay.
Brianna, I think when you got kicked off, honey, we started to talk about maybe taking these categories and finding a name for them or description of what they have in common.
Yeah. Okay, that is perfect. Thank you. So what I was saying when I was off was I had started in a classroom. We would have really deep conversation about why we're grouping things in different ways. And one of the things that I would be interested in hearing about is why we grouped all of these together and whether there might be some subcategories in this pink group, because I'm seeing some things that are falling through the air, like a milkweed pod, a dandelion seed, a maple seed, and then seeing some things that float through water, like a coconut, a red mangrove, and a monkey ladder seed. So I'd be curious if our class wanted to keep those together or keep those separate as two different ways that the seeds might be able to move. And again, we could label those. So moves by water and moves by air. Oh, I have them backwards. Water over here, air over here. I was also curious about the falling off a tree and the pine cone falling off a tree and a fruit falling off a tree being in different categories, whether there's a similarity there, and we might label those just gravity as a moves by gravity, something pulling it down. And as we start to create these groups, we might want to move some of these together. Moves by animals, but we're seeing how things are moving by animals in different ways. Sometimes we see things getting stuck to the animals. Sometimes we see the animal eating the seed and that helps it move, or we think that helps it move. So we would spend the time really sorting these together and labeling these together, pulling on our ideas and thinking through these and modifying as we go. And get back here. The next step that we'll take is to work in a small group to start thinking about what patterns we might notice across the seeds that appear in each of these categories that we created. So we created this category, moves by animals. Can we find any patterns in what the seed looks like or what the seed is made of that helps it move by an animal? Can we find any patterns in what the seed looks like, the parts of the seed, what it's made of that helps it move by water, what the seed looks like, what it's made of, the parts of the seed that might help it move through the air? And what we were planning to do, if we had time, was to work in groups on Jamboards again, to start identifying patterns. So to look at a seed and use arrows and yellow sticky notes to describe the parts of the seed that we think might help it be dispersed by animals. This is the animals group. And then to think, what is it about the shape of the seed or part of the seed that helps the seed move? And what is it about the material of the seed or part of the seed that helps the seed move? So we do have about 10 minutes. So why don't we spend some time, just instead of working across all three groups, we are a small group anyway, why don't we spend some time in this animal small group and start to dig into, as I drop that Jamboard in the chat, start to dig into what we think is true about the shape of the seed or shape of a particular part of the seed and the material of the seed or a part of the seed that helps the seed move by animals, right? Like an acorn being picked up by a bird. And we have a few examples in the frames here that we want to look at. So you can flip through and work on any of the seed examples that we have. We have the acorn. We read in the book about orangutan eat the fruit of a durian and spit out the bad tasting seeds. So what is it about the shape and the material of the seed that helps it spread? We have another example that we read in our book about the bloodroot seeds, that the ants eat this part and carry the seeds into their underground nest. And then another example of a type of seed that sticks to animal fur. So what is it? We want to point out, use arrows, we can draw, we can circle, point out the part of the seed that help it be dispersed by an animal or moved by an animal, and then start to share what it is about the shape or the material of the seed that helps it move. We'll take 3 or 4 minutes and you can work across any of these 4 slides. Thank you all for sharing your ideas in these slides. I'm seeing some really interesting things start to arise. We have ideas about the acorn and the shape of the acorn so that it can more easily be picked up. It has a stem. We have the idea that it's cylindrical. It rolls down a hill. That's something interesting about the shape. And then we have things about the materials, the hard outer shell, so it's not easy to crack. But also we know that birds eat some of the acorns, so there must be something that it's made out of that's edible. The birds just don't eat all of them. That's how they spread. And then we looked at the durian fruit, and we see that we have large chunky seeds and an edible fruit. And a part of the shape is that the seeds are chunky and round, which might be a reason why the orangutan spit them out, which helps them spread, right? Something about the shape of the seed that helps it spread. And then we can look at the material too, and we think, it is, some of the durian is edible, which that's why the orangutan takes it and starts to eat it to begin with. But the actual seeds themselves taste bad, so the orangutans don't eat it, they spit it out. And the seeds are hard and difficult to bite into, so they spit it out and spread it that way. Then we have another example of this bloodroot seed, and we have some patterns that are starting to arise here. The actual shape, because an ant is the one that's carrying it, it's good that it's small and easy to carry. But we also have, when we look at the material, we're saying something similar that's come up in some of our other slides too, that the outside is edible to the ant, so the ant takes it into the burrow to eat it. The fact that it's edible is what makes the ant take it to begin with and carry it to a new place. And then we have a totally different type of seed that moves by animal. And in this case, we're looking at one that attaches to animal fur and is carried away with it. And we have some really interesting things here about the shape, right? It has a teardrop shape, which we think allows it to hang and drop off the fur. And it has these 2 large spikes. And when we look at the material themselves, this is pretty zoomed in, and we can kind of see these barbs on this that help it stick to animal fur. Now, the next step in our work, we just talked through these patterns together, would be for us to summarize this. How are the structures, the shapes and materials of seeds moved by animals similar? How are the structures, the shapes and materials of the seeds moved by animals different? And then as we're navigating the similarities and differences, what might you look for to figure out if a new seed is moved by animals or not? So if you were presented with something brand new, what would you look at to consider? Does this seed move by animal, or does it move by wind, like our dandelion seed? Or does it move by water, like our coconut seed? And with more time, we could then compare or share across our groups to do the same thing. What are the structures of our seeds that move by water? What are the structures that are a part of our seeds that move by wind? And what might we look for in a seed we've never seen to figure out how it moves? And we could come back to this what we don't know yet and start to answer these questions. How do the dandelion seeds move through the air? What is it about its structure that helps it move? Do all seeds move through the air? Are the seeds of other plants dispersed too? And we could look at a brand new seed and start to make a claim. How does this seed move? And what evidence do we have to support that based on all of the patterns that we just looked at across seeds? With 60 seconds. Again, I am so thankful for you all for bearing with me with those technical challenges. I cannot believe that I was kicked out of Zoom tonight. But we could then start to think about a situation about what would happen if there were no longer animals present to move a seed like this, or no more wind to move a seed, to help us build this science idea that plants are dependent on, in this case, animals is the science idea that we look at here. Plants are dependent on animals to help move seeds. And they're dependent on it because if the seeds didn't move, would the plants continue to survive in that area? Would they get what they need? Or would being on top of each other impact their ability to grow and get that light and water that they need to grow? I don't think we were supposed to get kicked back to these rooms. They are closing again, but I'm going to, if we
pushing the record button. All right, here we go. Welcome to the grade 3 lesson immersion. And our lesson is, why is the water in the glass? So we'll be working in both what we call student hat and teacher hat. And to signal when it's time for you to think about the way a 3rd grade student would approach a phenomenon or engage in the practice, what knowledge and skills a 3rd grader in front of you has, you're going to see a beanie on the slide. When you see half a beanie, we're going to do what the students do, but we're modifying it. It wouldn't be exactly how we did it together in a 3rd grade classroom, and that's really for time constraints. Why we're going to do it that way, to have to make some instructional choices in the time that we have together tonight. And when the beanie has completely disappeared from the slide, we are in full-on teacher hat reflection or pre-service teacher hat reflection, as the case may be, and happy to have both of those perspectives in the room. So we're going to start again by thinking about those community norms. I'm really appreciative that people were comfortable to share a little bit about themselves or to say hello in the chat window. We will be using the chat and some digital collaboration spaces, and it is so important to share your thinking, not just for yourself, not to just get it from your head and articulate it via text, but also you just never know how what you say is going to move the thinking of someone else forward, or answer a question they hadn't quite formulated yet, and really deepen their understanding of a particular idea. So please do share your thinking, and that'll be our focal of the 3 norms our focal norm of the 3 norms that are presented here on the slides. So here's where I want to start with you tonight. And I am wondering, have you or someone you know knocked over a cup of water, milk, juice, coffee, or other liquid? Wow, I can't let that go. I'm going to have to fix that. Have you or someone you were with? Oh, I just am having trouble, I guess, in my overexcitement for tonight. So have you or someone you were with knocked over a cup of water, milk, juice, coffee, or other liquid? And I want to know what happened when the cup tipped over. So I'd love for you, including Jessie, to tell your story of what I call spills and thrills in the chat window. I'll start by sharing that I had a reportable quantity spill, meaning I had a full glass of water, and I was feeling nervous about tonight, and I reached out to grab something, lost track of where the glass was. And the end of the story is I actually had to change my clothes. What's your experience? When have you knocked over a cup of some liquid, and what happened? Please share in the chat window. All right, so we're starting the large soda everywhere. That's interesting. So the soda, not the table, the chair, the carpet. I wonder why it should be so embarrassing, right? We all do it. But I had the same feeling and I was home alone. So Jesse, this is an experience you have. Jesse, I'm wondering if you'd say a little bit more about your experience. It spilled on the dining room table and got over his sister's homework. Was the homework next to the glass? Kind of wondering where the homework was compared to the spill.
I'll come off mute. It takes a long time to type it. She was working across the table from him as when he spilled.
Oh, across the table. Okay. So there was some traveling of liquid that occurred.
Yes.
Thank you. Haley, so you have your own primary school experience of spilling. I'm wondering, Haley, was it a can or had you poured it into a glass? And you can share in the chat window. And right, and isn't it interesting that it does feel like such an embarrassing moment, but it does happen to everybody. Thank you for that share. And Alicia calling out children and husband as the spillers. And I'm wondering about for Haley if it was, okay, so was a can. Yeah, that was my experience. I had to literally change my clothes today. And so what I'm wondering in these stories, and please do, if you have the spills and thrills and you have so many and you're still trying to choose which one to share, that's absolutely okay. You can still share it. But I'm wondering if there's a case that you can think of when somebody knocked over a cup, any kind of cup with any kind of liquid, and the liquid didn't come out. When does that situation occur? You tip over a cup, it can be any kind of cup containing any kind of liquid. But the water, the liquid, the juice, the coffee, it doesn't come out. What kind of situation would you be in when that would happen? Is there a time when the liquid wouldn't come out? Virginia, tell me about it. So tell me why a sippy cup keeps the liquid in. I don't need to know the exact mechanics, but say a little bit more for people in the room who might not know what a sippy cup is. Okay. So it didn't spill. So does anybody else in the room know what a sippy cup is and can add to Virginia's thinking? Or maybe a sippy cup is reminding you of another type of cup that doesn't spill when it gets tipped over? I think we're getting on something here. I'm a little bit removed from a sippy cup as well. It's been a long time since I was around young children, but I think a sippy cup has like a screw on top, right? Is that correct? Okay, so all right, so now I've got so if I had my spill-proof cup with a lid that locked, that's interesting. Okay, so maybe water bottle that's on the table, if I have to remember to tighten the cap. Ah, okay. So now we're on to something. And that's what I'm thinking about. That there are times when we knock over liquid and the water doesn't come out. And take just a moment more to think about the different types of cups with lids that you've used or seen someone use. And make a little list, can just be a scrap piece of paper, of the different type of lids you've seen, and you can make the list in words. You can do a quick sketch of those lids, but we have some lids shared here. So I'm just going to pause here for just another 45 seconds or so. So make your lid list. And you certainly can include things that have been posted in the chat window. All right, so that was a little bit shorter than I typically would give, but we did have some ideas already shared. I'm going to move you into small groups, and because we're in a breakout room, I can't put you in a breakout room. So we're going to do this using a digital collaboration space. And here's what I'm going to ask that you do when I get you there. Is I've created a slide and I put some examples of lids on those slides. And what I'd like you to do, even though you can't directly speak with your group members, there is a place beneath that picture where you can type and describe the way the lid works. And if you use a text box, all of you can be typing in the box at the same time and sharing different ideas. And then I'd like you to look at the lid shown on the slide. And compare the ones that are on your list. And if any of the lists, like if you have lids on your list that are missing from the slide, you can just say that type of lid, just add it to the slide and tell how it works. And then we're going to look for some patterns, things that are similar between all of the lids and things that are different between the lids. So what I'll do is I'm going to move us to that digital space, but I'm going to put these directions in the chat window so we don't lose track of them. So let me throw these directions in the chat window. And I'm going to also drop a link to our comments, our shared space. And I'll meet you there. So when you arrive, now there are only 6 of us in the room. I want you to do exactly what Haley's doing. I'd like you to put your name. I'd like you to join a group by adding your name to a cell. Let's work in groups of 2 so that we can have 3 different groups. And then it'll be less messy when you are trying to type together in the same table. Actually, Jesse, I'm going to pull you out so that we can have 3 sets of 2. Sorry about that. No problem, Virginia. I'm going to drop the link in the chat again. And hopefully, if you just click on the link, it'll take you right to this document. So can we get somebody to join Haley here in group 1? So I've got 6 people. So let's have 3 groups of 2. Thank you, Alicia. And I'm sorry, it might be Alicia. I apologize if I pronounce your name incorrectly. But what you're going to do is, so Haley and Alicia are in group 1. They're going to click on the group 1 number. It'll take them to their slide. And what they're going to do is take a look at these different types of lids, and they're going to share their thinking about how the lid works. And you don't have to go into crazy detail. Alicia, thank you, Alicia. I appreciate that. Just type your thinking. How does it work? And you can take a look at the pictures on the slide. Maybe it's something you're already familiar with. So you have some experience with that type of lid. So let's think about how these lids work And then I'll get you to notice some patterns and record them in the notes section. And I'll give you some guidance in the notes. Let me stop talking so that you can do this work. So again, I'm going to put the directions in the chat window. And I'll put some reminder guidance in the notes of each group's slide. And we'll be here for about 3.5 minutes.
Hey, Kate, there's a question in the chat that Alexandria followed the link, but is not able to write on the document. I'm not sure why that might be happening. Any ideas from you?
That is a really good question. So, all right, so let me do one thing. I'm going to drop the link all by itself without words because sometimes that has an effect. So let me do that. Keely, I'm hitting you up with the link. I don't know. So what I can have you do, I need 2 people in group 2 and 2 people in group 3. So what I'm going to do, who couldn't get in? Alexandria. Alexandria, I'm going to put you in group 3. And if you still can't type, if you type in the chat, I will move from the chat onto the document and I'll be your proxy for group 3. I did just drop the link in the chat window again. Here it is again. Should be the last thing you see in the chat window. If anyone is having trouble getting to the slides, just let me know and I'll move your thinking from the chat window onto the slide. Do we have one more? Jesse, maybe you could join group 4 with Virginia. Okay, so it looks like we've got a system so everyone is able to participate. What I'd like for you to do is to move down into the note section or the note part of the slide where it says look for patterns. And would you note any things that are similar between the lids? Anything that's different between the lids? Let's look for some patterns between these lids and how these lids work. Okay. I am so excited and interested in the ideas that are appearing here on the slides and the thinking about the different types of lids. I'm going to call you all back to your Zoom screen and we'll take a look at some of these things that we noticed, some similarities and differences between these cups. And some of the things that I've seen mentioned in multiple groups is the difference in the way the lids attach, a difference in the different features that the lid offers, how a straw can come in, or maybe you slide something to take a sip, which could be used as a straw, but not really designed for a straw. Similarities is that they all cover the opening of the cup. The lids all cover the open. They are intended, they keep the liquid from spilling out. Really interesting that the lids are all made of different materials. There's a difference there. Sorry, I did a terrible job at separating the similarities that are rolling into the differences, but I really appreciate the thinking and the time and for persevering through the frustration of entering this doc. All right, so I'm going to move us back to the slides because I have something that I find kind of interesting. I was doing a little bit of reading after my spill because the cup I was using didn't come with a lid. And I read that you can use paper as a lid. I'm like, paper? So what I'm wondering, and here's a picture of my cup, and here's a picture of the paper. It's a recipe card. It's like a 3x5 card kind of weight of paper, but they said any paper will work. So I'm just wondering, and we're just going to take about 20 seconds here. What's similar between this piece of paper as a lid, this paper lid, I'm going to call it, and the other lids that you observed? Give me a similarity in the chat window. Something that's similar between this paper lid, I'm going to just refer to it as a lid, and the other lids that you observed. Thank you, Virginia. It covers the cup. So it seems like we're kind of thinking around the same thing, that it will go on top of the cup. Wonderful. And just for time, if you think of another similarity, please post it. But just for time, I'm going to go ahead and ask you, what's different? What are some major differences between the paper lid and the other lids we observed? A difference between paper is absorbent. Alicia, for those of us in the room that don't know that word, would you say just a little bit more to make sure we all understand your meaning? Love the word. I'm going to write down the word, but I'm not sure we all know what that means. So the material is different, and it could be that it would leak. It doesn't have the design specific to the cup. It's not round like those other lids. Okay, Alicia, thank you. It soaks up the liquid. I appreciate that. There's no hole. Yeah, it doesn't have a hole to drink out of it. So we're thinking about that. It's possible that it's spill proof, but we don't see the use like some of the other features on the cup. Thank you for those shares. Well, because I had to change my clothes, and I'm really telling you the truth of what happened, and I didn't have lids lying around, I thought I'm gonna give this a try. So I want to share with you what happened when I used this paper as a lid. And what I'd like for you to do, and the reason there's half a hat, I would take the time with my third grade students to set up a table and make sure that everybody was ready to record their observations in a T-chart of noticings, and on the left and wondering on the right. I'm going to ask that you just do that for me on a scrap piece of paper and be ready to make some shares of noticings and wonderings in the chat window. So I'll give it a watch. You can see I didn't trust the paper lid, so I'm pouring over a bowl. Imagine my surprise that it worked. So would you share with me what did you observe about the paper lid? There's some observations you have about the paper lid. Would you please add them to the chat window? I'm going to capture these as they come in. Yeah, so the water stayed in. The card didn't fall off. They trapped the water inside. Interesting, Keely, that the paper held to the cup, right? And we noticed it didn't snap on, it didn't screw on, it didn't push inside like one of the cups that we observed. And I'm capturing these wonderings Did the paper, is that soak up the liquid? I see stack up the liquid, but maybe soak up the liquid. Was there glue? Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. So the paper lid, it worked. It kept the water from spilling out. And what I'm doing here is I was capturing your noticings and adding them to my slides here. And I will tell you that I did not put glue on the cup. I will also share with you that the card is not laminated. It was just a paper card. And for the time that I had the paper on the cup, it didn't really get wet. I guess it started to get a little wet. So yes, maybe a little bit, Virginia. It soaked a little bit of the liquid up, but not a lot of the liquid. So that makes me wonder, right? Like this is really different from the other lids. And when we say that no water spilled, I have an exclamation point that the water stayed in. That was surprise. And somebody said the word surprise. The water didn't come out. And that, I'm wondering if we all have the same question. And that is, why doesn't the paper lid fall off? Right? It's really different from the other lids that we saw. So what I'm wondering is, can we use evidence, and I mean the observations that we've made, and about this lid and about other lids, and science ideas that we have to show how the paper lid keeps the water in the cup? And what I'm going to ask you to do on your own piece of paper is to create a model to show how the paper lid keeps that water in the cup. And you can use words. They can be in your home language. They can be in English. Pictures, symbols, any way that you have to communicate your thinking of how the paper lid keeps the water in the cup. Now, I have a full hat here, but because of time, I am going to give you a little bit less time than I would a third grader. So I'm going to give you about 3.5 minutes to create that model. Okay, so I am hopeful that even in the short amount of time, you were able to get some ideas on that paper to really explain, to show how the paper lid keeps the water in the cup. And what we're going to do for time, and also because we don't know each other well and you may not feel comfortable with sharing the model that you drew, we're going to move to a Jamboard. We're going to keep you in those same pairs that we started with. And we're going to move to a Jamboard. And I'm going to ask that you compare your model with a third grade student's model. And actually, let me go right to that Jamboard and I'll drop the link for you in just a moment. So in just a moment, I'm going to bring you to this Jamboard. And this is an actual third grader's initial model. And what I'd like for you to do is take a look at this model, and anything that you had similar in your model, anything that was the same or nearly the same, I'd like you to post in a green sticky note and say, I included a cup, because that is an important part of the model. And you might think that, oh, my kids just drew a cup. I'm sorry, this is the teacher hat moment, but that's a big deal. That's a really important part of explaining how this lid works. So I'm going to ask that you look for similarities between your model that you created and this third grader's model, and differences. What did this third grader include that you did not? What is something that this third grader represented? Maybe they represented the same idea in a different way. And I'd like you to use pink sticky notes to call those differences out. So we should land with about 2 people per frame. And I know that it turned out we had a group 1, a group 3, and a group 4. No problem. I'm going to drop the link now and ask that you navigate to the frame that you need to make these comparisons. And Alexandria, if you have trouble getting on this Jamboard, we'll do the same thing. You tell me what you want to post and I will post it for you. And we're going to just spend, I can't believe how quickly the time goes. We'll spend about another 3.5 minutes here. If anybody is having trouble posting, Keely, the link should be right above that post you just made where it says initial models, but I'm going to post it again right in the chat window, and it should be the last thing that you find in the chat window. It should be the most recent message. Virginia, that is the strangest thing that the links are going to the top. So if you, hopefully if you look for the link that says initial model, Keely, I'm going to try to Slack it to you directly. Let's see what happens. I'm going to do it without the words, just the bare link. See if this helps. My fingers are crossed. And Keely, I can do the same thing for you. If you can't get here, if you just tell me what to post, I will happily do that for you. If you've completed all your posting, we're going to just be here about another 30 seconds. Please do check out the posts on other frames. You can see some similarities and differences in the models between our groups. Keely, are you group? Let me find you. Oh, you're also group 3. Okay, that's easy. Okay, so what I'd like for you to do at this time is to just page through the frames and let's look for things. Let me actually take out this one. I'll make it a little bit easier. Let's look for things that were similar in most of our models. So what are some things? What I want to do is I want to capture. So sorry, you're getting a little bit of motion sickness here. I want to capture some of the things that were the same or similar in most of our models, both the third grader models and the people in our group. So besides the cup, what are some other things? And by things, I mean parts of models that we all had in common. And you can just share in the chat window. So what are other things that we had in common? The water and the paper lid. Thank you. So I'm going to draw. Whoops. Is that what it should look like? What do we think about that? Did I draw the paper the way you want it represented? Virginia, a lot of people used arrows. What were those arrows about? And somebody can add to what Virginia is saying about the arrows. Where did they use the arrows? Where were those arrows? Did we use them in similar places? Oh, water. I forgot the water. While you answer that question, let's see if I can get some water in this cup. I'll fix it. So where were those arrows? The water moving downward and the no card holding. Okay, so let's see if I can. All right, so the water, where do you want those water arrows? Here in the cup? I saw some people put it outside the cup, pointing down. Where would you like those arrows showing water moving downward? In the cup, okay. So is that okay? Okay, so these arrows, what are you telling me? The water moving downward. Is that what we want to call those arrows? Okay. If you're running the cup to show the opposing, so you're talking, Alexander, you're using the word force. And when I think of forces, I'm thinking about pushes and pulls. So could somebody add to Alexandria, maybe talk to me a little bit about this idea of pushes and pulls or and where there might be pushes and pulls happening? Like these arrows, what are these arrows? Could I call these arrows? It says water moving downward. Could I say, is that a push? How do we feel about that? Pushing on the no card. Okay. I'm going to add that. All right. I'm going to I don't know what a vacuum effect is, but it could be important. So I'm going to record that over here. I want to capture that idea. Oh, so there's a little bit of air in the cup. That's interesting. So let me just draw a line. Okay. And what about these up arrows? I heard people talking about arrows pointing up. I'm going to go ahead and how many arrows up do you think I should put on here? I'm going to draw an up arrow. How many arrows should I put on? 1 arrow? 5 arrows? Virginia put 3. So I think we agree that based on the similarities, I'll go ahead and put 3. Sorry, that's supposed to be a straight up arrow. Where are these arrows? I mean, we labeled up here that water is moving downward. So what are these? And if we're thinking in terms of pushing, the note card. So it might be that the note card is stronger than water. And stronger how? Air resistant. So air pushing the card and the water. Okay, so we do have a question, and that is what's doing the pushing? So is this air pushing? Whoops, sorry, air pushing up, or is the card pushing up? So the air inside, air is pushing the card and the water. Okay, so we've got an additional vote. Let's see, I'll put for air pushing up. And I'll mark that here, at least 1 additional vote. Alicia, would you tell me a little bit more? So the air is way up here. So could you say a little bit more about the air inside the cup pulling? Because down here, it might be that the air is pushing. I'm curious about that. So I'm wondering if I'm thinking about the time, but there's a question in the room. Is the air pushing or is the air pulling? So I have this idea. I'm wondering if we could maybe make a little opening at the top of the cup and let some air inside and see if it pulls more or pushes more. What do you think about that? Right, like maybe I could put some more air in and see if I can either get a bigger pull or if I get a push. What do we feel? Do we feel okay about that? Would you let me know in the chat window? You can just say yes, no, give me a thumbs up emoji. Maybe we could add a little more air at the top and see if it adds to pulling or adds to pushing. And see if we can figure out if the air is pushing or pulling. How do we feel about that? So I'm thinking about making maybe a little hole here, up here. So Virginia, we could try both. I think for tonight, let me see what happens when I put a little hole in the cup and add some air, because air's already on this side anyway. Right, so the air's already here. So I just want to add a little bit more air and see if we can figure out if it's a push or pull. Great question. All right, so let me see if I can get us back to the slides. Okay, Would somebody indicate in the chat if they can see the slides? Are the slides showing again? And there's a video. Perfect. Thank you. All right, here we go. Let's take a look. So there's a hole. It's just a teeny tiny hole. It's a pinprick, literally a sewing pinprick. Let's take a look at what happens. So I'm going to start. I'm going to fill the top up because I want to do it the same way. And I'm covering the hole with my finger. And then I'm going to let go. Hole is covered. Hole is covered. Now I'm going to uncover the hole. So I let air into the cup and the water came out. So do you think that's a push or a pull with the extra air in the cup? What do we think? Yeah, I think, do we have anybody agreeing with Virginia, or does somebody want to say, does somebody have a different idea? Agree. Okay, so when we opened the cup, the air pushed in. So what I'm wondering is that even though the air couldn't get in, it seems like that's kind of weird, isn't it? Like that air can push down and push up. But I'm going to go ahead. I mean, we have some evidence to support this idea. Crazy. Well, that gets me thinking, like if air can push down and air can push up, I'm wondering if air can also push sideways. All right, we have a little bit of time. I'm kind of excited about this, so let's take a look. So I'm going to do this again, and while I'm filling the cup, I'm going to cover the hole, but there's a little teeny tiny pinprick in the side of the cup near the bottom. I'll show you where. Just one hole, just in this time it's just in the side of the cup near the bottom where my thumb is, Virginia. So the hole came in the side. I mean, the air came in the side as well. See if I can get back here. So interestingly, we have air that's pushing. It's likely we could keep poking holes and slightly adjust the location, but I'm wondering if we kept doing that, if the air was always going to get in and it's pushing the cup in all directions. So because of time, we're going to thank you so much for this participation. We're going to get pulled in just a couple of minutes back into the main room, but I just want to debrief a little bit about what we figured out in this short amount of time. And one of those things is, and we didn't get all the way there, and we might need another lesson to do it, is that without holes in the cup and the cup filled mostly with water, the push down of the water on the card, on the paper, and the push up of air against it, it's in balance. The forces they're just as strong in the down direction as they are in the up direction. And when we put the hole in the cup and we let the air in, it turns out air plus water pushing down is too much for the push up with the air all by itself, and the card falls off. And we've also figured out that air, and again, we would have to continue to investigate, but we have a sneaking suspicion that air pushes on us on everything, or is pushing at all times in all directions. And you know what? The air isn't moving right now, but it's pushing in all directions. And when we think about, well, why is that such a big deal? And that's kind of weird. I might in a next lesson or 2 lessons in part of a lesson sequence, introduce my students to a weather tool called a barometer. And the way that the barometer works, it's a little bit like our cup with the paper lid, that I have this tin can that's shown in blue, and it has no air in it at all, and it's completely sealed. And when the air is pushing in all directions, a needle registers an amount. But what's really interesting as we think about weather, and weather is a 3rd grade science idea, ideas about predicting the weather, is that sometimes in the area where we live, the air can be pushing harder or softer or less hard. And so when something is happening and there's a lot of pushing happening, but it's harder pushing in our area, it causes, the way that it works is it causes the needle to change. And what I can share with my students, if you notice on this barometer, as the numbers are going up, and again, just for time, I'll point it out, you see the sunshine? And on the numbers, as they get lower, you see the rain clouds. We can use this change when air is pushing in all directions against this weather tool. As the air pushes a little bit less hard, little bit less hard, little bit less hard, we can make a prediction about the weather, that rain might be on the way. Or if it's getting a little bit stronger, a little bit pushing harder, we might be able to use that to predict sunny skies. So thank you again for your participation, for exploring this 3rd grade lesson. And I know we're going to get pulled in about a minute, but if there are any questions you want to share in the chat, any noticings as a teacher, and thinking about enacting this lesson with 3rd grade students, you want to throw that in the chat. We have about 51 seconds. Do you feel that you had an opportunity to engage in sense making, that phenomenon? And did you feel the need to do what we did together to try to figure out how the paper lid works? All right, we're going to be moving into the main room in about 15 seconds. I'll see you there. Thank you all so much. I really enjoyed working with you this evening. Thanks for that share, Alexandria.
In progress.
Okay, so the lesson we are going to share tonight actually comes from a larger 4th grade unit. And it's a really cool unit, but this particular lesson can act as a standalone lesson. If you are interested in the whole unit, we can link you to that as well. But we will be working with a single lesson tonight. And just like Kate said earlier, we do have this collection where you will be able to get a lot of resources, and I will drop that really quick. And again, tomorrow, more things will be present in the collection, but for tonight, we won't be linking out to it, but it's a good link to just bookmark and have, because this collection never goes away. You always have access to it.
Excuse me,
Okay,
I had a question. I just had a question about the resources real quick. I thought I was a member, and it looked like when I was logging on to register for this that I was confused, and I saw like my membership expired, so I'm going to renew it tomorrow. Will I be able to access these resources?
Yeah, you can still get to the resources.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so as we're going through the lesson tonight, you'll see these little icons in the corner of the slide, and you will see these little beanies. If you see a full beanie, we're going to be participating in the lesson as if we're a 4th grade student. Now, and I don't want you to like be acting like a 4th grader, but participate like you are getting, someone is teaching you the lesson and you're the student. You don't have to undo what you know, but if you have grad level knowledge of physics, try to leave that out of our conversations for tonight. When you see half beanie, you're still participating like a student, but you're going to be reflecting a little bit on how you might enact this as a teacher. And then we're going to be full on reflection teacher hat mode when there's nothing at all on the slide. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is link you to a document, because we're going to use this document to keep track of some of our observations. And when you link here, oh, thanks, Kathy. You're making me nervous now. This is the first time I facilitated the lesson.
It was a long time ago, Holly.
Okay,
but
great.
I remember the unit.
Thanks. So when you click on this, it should automatically say make a copy.
It does.
So go ahead and make yourself a copy. And depending on your tab management skills, you might want to split your screen so you can watch what we're looking at and make your observations at the same time. Or you may want to toggle back and forth. You may want to watch and look at the image and then make your observations later. So what we're going to do is everybody, if someone can't get in, will you just either unmute or just drop in the chat and we can help you out? We good? Okay. So what you're going to do here, you are going to look for these objects. I'm sitting in my room. I'm in a chair and I don't really want to get out of my chair, but I'm looking for my toys. I misplaced them. I know they're there. I just can't see them all. So as you look around the room, and this is from my perspective, this image you see, and I'll show it to you a little bit bigger, you're going to be looking for a green monster, a red monster, a purple football, an ape, and a black owl that is actually a whistle. And so you're going to mark here if you can or can't see. And then a little description like, why can you or why can't you? So here's the larger image. Take some time to record what you can and can't see. And kind of your best description so far as to why. And if you want, you can just drop a little note in the chat when you're ready.
Holly, acting like a student, I feel like that obnoxious student that doesn't know what's going on and on Zoom.
Oh, don't feel like that.
Because the document I got, I don't think it had the same items that you verbally said we were looking for.
Oh no.
The
Did I
make a copy
of the wrong-
document. Did anyone else have that?
Here, let me do this. Let me
Or-
put them in the chat for you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I had like a blue
Curiosity,
keychain.
what does yours say?
Mine has blue keychain,
Oh, that's
a
yours,
Diet
Kristen.
Coke bottle, hairbrush.
That's Kristen's fault. No, it's my fault.
That's from the in-person time.
Yep. I'm so sorry, everybody. So these are
Oh,
what we're
okay.
looking for in the chat
Okay.
now. Thank you so much
Okay.
for letting me know, Lynn.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. So just kind of type stuff in the chat or no, type it on the document, but
Yep,
use
just
those different
type on the
items.
document, or like
Yeah.
if you want, you can change the names in the document for yourself
Uh-huh.
and then just a yes or no if you can see it or not.
Got it. Okay.
Oh. I have the wrong one too.
Yeah, I
didn't
think
know.
everybody does. I made a copy of the wrong document.
I could go get all of those things though if we need to. I can place them in the background here where it's a hot mess. And
Yeah, that's funny. Story of my life.
Oh, that purple thing I said is a purple football. Oh boy. Okay, so now that you've had some time to look for the correct things and decide if you can see them or not, what you can either stay unmuted or you can drop in the chat. What can you see?
The green monster.
Okay.
The
What
black
else?
owl.
Yeah. Ooh, part of the football. Kristen sees part of the football. I'm going to move some stuff around now and show you. Now, what can you see? So now without putting this in the chat, this is just some individual think time. Can everyone see everything now first? All the things? So we can see the green monster, the red monster, the purple football, which was peeking out a little bit before, right? Our owl whistle and our ape. There was a picture frame here before, and then there was a box as well right here in front of the football and the red monster. Okay, thank you. So now either in your document, or you can just kind of like think about this, but don't write it in the chat just yet. Think about what is the same about the objects that you checked originally that you could see. So what did they have in common? Those things you could originally see, what did they all have in common? And then what's true about the objects you couldn't see? So go ahead and share some of your initial ideas in the in the chat. Let's first take the first question. So what was the same about objects you could see? And I said in the chat, but there's only a few of us. You can unmute.
Sorry, is this for the now or with the box there? With the box there?
Originally, yep. What you
Yeah,
originally
okay.
checked off.
Okay. Well, there's a direct line between my eyes and the object that I can see. There's a
Okay.
direct line.
Thank you. Any other ideas?
I learned in first grade that like there has to be a light so you can see them. So they're all in the light. The ones that we can
Oh.
see, like the monster and the whistle and the part of the football.
Oh, that's interesting. What else?
They're all in front of things. So they're all well, besides the football, but you can't really see the football. You wouldn't know that that's a football because it's kind of hidden.
Right, right. So the things you could see were in front of something. And then, so kind of by default, if you couldn't see them, they were behind something.
Yes.
Thank you.
They're all a color.
Oh, yeah, interesting. Can you say more about that?
I can identify all the objects I can see. I can identify a color in the that the object is.
That's great.
See, and I struggled with that because, and it's probably partly my sight, but that purple thing doesn't really look that purple. It looks much more like a brown or a black.
Yeah,
dot.
I actually agree with you. The shape, you know, I could have made a guess that was a purple, but I would have second guessed myself a football, not a purple, a football, but I would have second guessed myself because it doesn't look super purple to me. It did look more purple when the box got removed,
But
right?
when the box got removed, right?
Wasn't that's interesting. That's a really interesting point. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to put you in groups here. Oops, I cannot cut and paste from that place. I have to do it from here. And I'm going to give you the link first and have you get to these slides. It's a place where we're all going to be in the same place, in the same set of slides. And I'm also going to link to them from here so you can kind of see what happens. I have set this up preparing to have lots and lots of people in the room, but we don't have that many people in the room. So when you get here, and there's 6-ish of us, we can do a group of 3 and a group of 4. So if you want to claim, can everyone, I'm not seeing anyone pop in here yet. Is everyone able to get in? I see one person now. So claim one of these boxes. So either group 1, A, B, C, or D, or group 2, A, B, or C, and just put your name in there. And then once you do that, you can go to, you can click on these hyperlinks and it will just bring you, or you can just, it's just 2 slides. You can scroll down to the slide where you belong. And once you're there, you can see this is a place where you can share your own ideas. So some people share it out in the whole group, but this is a place where everyone can get their ideas out. And once our ideas are out with your group members, and this might be a little confusing because there's 2 different groups, so it's a little hard to talk out loud. You might just need to message each other, or maybe someone can start typing and you can kind of edit each other's sentences or leave some comments. So you can get to a statement. You want to find a pattern between the objects that we can see and the objects we cannot see. And some of them came up in discussion, but take a look at what your group members are writing. And then from what you write, go ahead and share a pattern. And I'll give you about 4 or 5 minutes to do this. So Lynn, if you want to go up into either group 2 or 3, 2 or 1, so you have a partner to make, so you end up in a group.
Oh, okay. I was wondering, I missed that part. And we're supposed to click now on the link for the group?
Yep, or you can just scroll down to whatever slide that you are,
Okay.
like your group will be labeled on there.
So confused.
And it looks like many of you have your initial ideas written down. So now work on getting a pattern, and you can write your pattern you decide down in that white box below. Okay, so if you want to direct your attention back to the Zoom screen, I'm just gonna pull us back together. And I'm looking at some of the patterns we picked out. And a lot of you were saying they're just not blocked by something. And I like this like line of vision wording that group 1 used. So we can't see something because they're behind something and they're being blocked, but when we can see something, they're not blocked. We have a straight line of vision. So that's great. And from this, we've all kind of decided, it seems like we agree on this. We need a straight line of vision to be able to see something. So, uh-oh, I lost one of my slides. Nope, I didn't. There they are. Okay. So what are some other things we need? So if we're going to see something, we need a direct line of vision to it, but we need an it, right? Like we need something to see. If nothing's there, there's nothing to see. So that seems like something we would need to include when we're explaining how we see something. What other things might we need to include or think about if we want to explain how we see something?
Light, I mean.
So a light, like what do you think would happen if we didn't have a light?
Dark.
It'd just be dark. I mean, I hit my toe on things all the time in the dark. So that's an idea. What's another idea? How are we seeing? What do we need to be able to see?
Eyes.
Eyes would be helpful. We need a seer, right? We need some kind of device to be able to see something, and that for us is our eye.
We need light.
Light. So I heard light mentioned, and that's a really good point, because I was wondering about that. Someone brought up, was it Kathy, I think, originally brought up the idea that that football didn't look the same, did it? It was, we didn't recognize what it was because we were looking for something purple. And when it was blocked by that box, it wasn't looking as purple, was it? So I wonder if there's a way we can test if light has some kind of effect on, I mean, I think it is kind of obvious. If it's completely pitch black, maybe we can't see, right? I mean, I don't think I can see when it's pitch black. I know I step on a lot of Legos. So we have this, we have an eye and object, we have open space, but I think we might be wondering a little bit about maybe the role of light. So I have an investigation, and this thing is called a light box. And what's really cool about the light box is there's a little hole here where you can look into it. And there's a flap here to let you put things inside the light box. So I've got something inside the light box, and that's going to stay closed the whole time. And then here's a flap. If we have the flap closed, it's going to be dark in there. So based on what we've been saying so far, what do you think we're going to see when that flap is closed?
Nothing. Nothing. Darkness.
Probably nothing, right? It's just going to be dark. So what we're going to do here is we're going to look at this light box, and it's a little hard to do when we're virtual. So Kate actually made this video, and it's a pretty cool video we're going to watch. And as you watch this, you might want to just jot down some observations on a scratch piece of paper. I don't have another thing, something to digitally keep track of this on, but I'm going to pull up the video. And all right, can everyone see that? So what's going on here is the camera phone is right up to the hole, and I know it looks really blurry here on the outside, but that's because it's not focused there, it's focused in. So take a second and I'm going to just play it a little bit as we get a little more focused. And were our predictions met? Can anyone see anything in there? All right, I am going to play it a little more. And we're going to very slowly start to open the flap.
Okay, open it.
Okay, so jot down some observations. What do you see? And tell me a little, describe what you see in your observations. Use as many descriptive words as you can. Okay, I am going to open the flap now all the way.
Perfect, not yet.
Okay, go ahead and collect some more observations. What are you seeing? What do you notice? What's different? Okay, so I'm seeing originally our first observations were just nothing. We didn't see anything when it was completely dark, and we predicted that. And then we opened it just a little bit. So we had a little light coming in, and I'm seeing it has an interesting shape. It's a black object, or it at least appears black. We have edges, we see shadows, we see a little light. Ooh, Catherine, it's a shadow of an object is how she described it. A dark figure, no exact shape or color. Unclear, very nice. So when we opened the flap, now I'm seeing people describe color, and it's visible and clear. The toy car, it has writing and text on it. It's on top of a platform. So we're seeing a lot more detail. We're seeing color. Can see the object clearly. A Matchbox car. So now that it's
fun to step on.
right. So I like that, Catherine. We can determine the properties of the object with the open flap. Thank you. So
You're welcome.
Think now, is there a pattern connected that we can connect the amount of light to how we see something? So take a minute to just think, and don't write anything yet. Normally we'd have some like a think, pair, share kind of deal here, but it's a little hard in this format because we don't have a breakout option. But just take some independent think time. How you might want to make a statement that is a pattern, connecting light to how we see. And when you're ready, you can go ahead and drop that in the chat now. I see no light is unable to see. And what happens as more light is present, the object becomes more visible.
Or visible.
More visible. So no light, unable to see, light can see. And then in addition to that, the more light you have, you can see things better. Excellent. Thank you. So that pattern, light provides clarity. I like that word. The more light is on an object, the more details we can see. Absence of light, absence of visibility. Okay, this is great. So it seems like we all agree that with more light, we can see better. So if this pattern is going to hold, how might we test this pattern? What could we do to see if that pattern remains true? Could we do another investigation? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Maybe we can get some type of object where it's completely closed, except for maybe a pinhole, similar to what you did with the box.
Okay.
And see with total darkness if we can see, and then open it up, or maybe we can put something in the tube or the container and see if it reflects light.
Okay. So you're saying kind of do the same thing, but with another object and maybe a different like situation. So it's not exactly maybe just this box, but if we could repeat this in a different situation.
Right. Yes.
Thank you. Other ideas? Is there anything we could do with this box? Kristen.
Like we could shine a light inside that hole.
Like the hole we're looking at through?
Like however you got the light in there, like we could
the flap.
Put a brighter light in there.
Okay. So by doing that, then we could test the effect of having even more light. And what do we predict would happen if we had even more light?
Then I can find out if that car is yellow or not.
Kristen, which hole, excuse me, which hole are we putting it in, the flap or the little tiny hole where the camera went?
Well, we got to look through that hole, right? So if we have to put the light in the flap.
Okay. Okay.
And Lindsay said use a different light source. So right now we're just using like just the ambient light because we just open the flap. But if we shine another light in there and add more light, maybe we can test. So what should we see? We should, like Kristen said, we should see if it's actually yellow. It does look kind of yellow. I kind of assumed it was yellow, but now that you say, maybe it could be like a kind of like mustardy, darker green, baby poop brown, maybe. That was my friend's dad used to say that all the time and it grossed me out. Okay, let's try that. Let's see what happens.
Okay, now it's shine it directly in.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to happen. Technology.
Love it when it works, right?
Oh, I'm not fast enough.
Start it a couple seconds before and then click the pause like right.
And that's what I was trying to do, but I was trying to be too much. Okay, so now we've got this bright light in, and what was our prediction correct?
Yes.
Are we seeing even more detail?
Yes.
Yes. And Kristen, is it yellow?
It looks yellow to me.
Yay.
With red, light red.
Yeah, like red,
And
just-
red and black. Yeah.
and cool rims.
Yeah.
Sweet little car. My 6-year-old would love it. He's a car freak. Okay, so here's what we're going to do next. So we have some ideas. We have thought about these different things that we need to see. Oh, here we've been sharing kind of out loud and in the chat box. If we were in a classroom, I would have some kind of chart, maybe a whiteboard. I tended to use chart paper to have a public representation of this so we could see what everyone was thinking and the whole class could look and see these patterns. So this is, I'm not going to transcribe everything onto this. I've just had this here just so kind of to transfer this to what I would do in the classroom. So we have this shining flashlight or just light in general on an object. And what was the effect of shining it? We said it's more clear, we see more detail, we see more color. But what caused the car to be able to be seen better? So think about that. And don't share in the chat window just yet. But think about what was the cause? Why does light make something easier to see? Or why can we see more detail and color? What is the cause? And when you're ready, you can put your initial ideas in the chat window. And again, these are initial ideas. The more different ideas we have on the table, the better. Kristen, thank you. The brightness of the light caused us to see the car better. Lynn, thank you. Reflected. Can you describe what you mean a little more?
I don't know if I can describe it more by just other than just saying the light reflected off the car and saying it in different ways.
So by reflected, like bounced off?
Oh, yeah. The light is bouncing off of the car, which allows the more light, so it allows us to see it more
Thank you.
easily.
I see Lindsay has some colors that are absorbed and the colors that are not reflected back to our eyes. Okay, image of the car became clear when the light bounced off the car. Excellent. Okay, so we have some ideas about what the function of the light is. And we're gonna get together again and we're gonna hop on a Jamboard. So if you remember the group you were in from when we were on the slides, and I can pull that back up. So let me just go back to the slides. So group 1, Lindsay, Alexis, Kristen, group 2, Kathy, Lynn, group 3, Michaela and Kylie. So you're gonna stay in those same groups, but what we're gonna do is hop on a Jamboard.
So Holly, are we just creating the model of what we just experienced?
Yep, so you're creating, yeah, so create a model that explains why light allows us to see the objects better. So include the components we talked about and how those components are interacting with each other. So that's really what we want to think about. Like, so we know those things were necessary, but how can you show on a model how those different things, the light, our eyes, the object, and that clear pathway for us to see, how does that all interact together to make it so we can see that object? Does that help?
Sort of. Thank you.
Okay. And if you do need to talk to each other, it is such a small group. If you're talking to someone in your group, just say their name first so they know who you're talking to. Otherwise, it might be a little weird. And use sticky notes to add your names. Thank you, group 1, for doing that ahead of time. I forgot to mention that, I think.
Do you think we need a brain in our model in group 1?
I don't know. Do you think you need a brain? Put it on there. If you think it has a function. I mean, I think it has, maybe mine doesn't tonight, but it usually has a function. So feel free. I see some groups are using like if they're labeling what those interactions are. So you can use text boxes if you want. You don't have to if you don't want to. Okay, I know we don't have tons of time for this, but I'm gonna give you another 30 seconds or so, and then we're gonna share what we have in common. Okay, so turn your attention just for a minute. We're going to come back to these Jamboards. So turn your attention back to the screen for a minute. We are now going to take a look because I'm loving what I see on the models. but I would like everyone, before we all come back and kind of talk about them, I'd like you all to see everyone else's models. But in addition to that, I'd like you to also leave some feedback. So there's two pieces of feedback, or two things we're going to do as we're looking at these models. The first thing, we're going to use a white sticky note, and you're going to identify two things in the next model, and I'll tell you which model you're going to look at in a second, that are similar to what you did in your model. So find two things that are similar and one thing that is different. And then you'll take a pink sticky note, and on that pink sticky note, I want you to use a sentence starter. And you don't need to start from scratch, because I noticed some of you already found these, but if you move all the way to the frame 8, there are some here. So instead of typing it, you can copy this and then just get to your own Jamboard and paste it on a sticky note on whatever one you are leaving the feedback on. So if you are group 1, you are going to comment and leave feedback on group 2. If you're group 2, you'll comment and feedback on group 3. And then if you're group 3, you'll comment and leave feedback on group 1s. So kind of move to the right, but if you're the last one, go back to the beginning. Any questions about what we're going to do? Awesome.
Lynn, I just reading the chat now. I'm sorry.
I was starting to realize that you weren't reading the chat. So, well, we got a start on our model. No problem.
White sticky note.
You can also make your sticky notes larger by just dragging the corner once you click on them too, if they're kind of hard to see. Okay, let's take about another 90 seconds here. Okay, so let's come back. And I know not everyone's all the way finished. It's always hard to get everything we want to get done in these short get-togethers. But looking through these models, I really appreciated all the different ways people were choosing to represent things. A lot of people used text. People were using color. Many of you used color. Some people grabbed images. This group had a whole extra idea they expanded out to that nobody really even talked about yet, but that's a new idea we might have some questions about. And as we were looking at each other's, we saw some patterns. So one of the things we noticed is, so we've got, I'm going to come back to that. So it looks like we all agree an eye, an object, and a light source is required. But what we didn't really all do the same way was how that light was involved. So if we look at those models, everyone represented what was going on with light a little bit differently. And that might be something we have to investigate next. So how might we investigate that? That's how we move to the next lesson. And that's how it's coherent from the student's point of view. So quickly, before we leave, I just want to talk a little bit about this teacher handbook. This is a 4th grade lesson. Open SciEd right now doesn't have elementary available to the public. They're working on that. But even though this is not an elementary teacher handbook, there are supports within this handbook that are good for any grade level. So this feedback form, and you don't want to do this every time students are asked to give feedback, but they have, this tool helps them reflect on how they gave and received feedback. So this handbook is like chock full of all kinds of great ideas like this. So it's
awesome.
definitely, it is awesome. And I'm a little biased. I helped write some of the lessons, but I would say that anyway. So it is a really great handbook. And I mean, if every curriculum had something like that, it would just be wonderful. So back to what we're doing. That's just kind of an aside. So we're talking about how what we just figured out and what we worked on together led us to needing to know some more things. And that's going to drive this next lesson. So what phenomena are students trying to figure out? Well, this lesson level phenomenon that we just had was, well, we couldn't see everything we wanted to be able to see. We had to figure out like all these little components about why we could see something and not something. But we're at lesson 6. This whole unit kicks off with a video of fireflies, which is really cool. Like a lot of students have seen fireflies, maybe some haven't, but this video there's several different ways you can see these fireflies, and sometimes you can see them all the time, and sometimes you can only see them when they're glowing, which raises some interesting questions, and it moves all of this unit forward. It makes us think about, like, why can we see some things sometimes and then we can't see them other times? So like that, it's simple. It's not that big of a deal. It's not phenomenal. It's pretty everyday, but it's interesting. It drives conversations and questions. So we only have about 4 minutes left. So we can take this time to think about like what you did today, like as we were engaging in the learning. Just think about the kinds of things you did as you were learning and as you were figuring out. And you don't have to write it down anywhere if you don't want to, but if you want to, you can put it in the chat. But thinking about this, and you can just like talk about it too out loud, that's fine, will help, because when we go back into our large groups, there's going to be another reflection, and thinking about this here first will help us participate in that a little better. So if anyone wants to share, what kinds of things were you actually doing, like physically doing, mentally doing, as you were engaged in this learning today?
Figuring stuff out. I mean, really thinking about it. Drawing them on.
Sorry. I was gonna say, add to that, like trying to put words to what I saw, using good descriptive language to convey was, it took some work to do that.
Yeah, I mean, that itself is a skill, right? Like, just thinking about how to describe something and talk about something. Thank you. Kathy, I think I heard you talking about to talk about modeling too.
Yeah, I was saying, literally thinking about the modeling. And so I was thinking about that chapter in AST today. So the idea of the car being there first, that piece of scaffolding, I think is really important. And the other thing I noticed in this that I really liked, that I never thought about doing, was having those sentence frames already there, just so, but I think maybe even making some different ones, right? So it's not all the same ones, but having kids being able to go grab those and then maybe write their own, but maybe the tool is there. That's all.
Yeah, I like that. And I'm seeing in the chat too, Lindsay is saying she had to imagine the light traveling and how to represent it. So thinking about different ways you can represent light, which is a pretty abstract kind of thing to have to draw. Alexis, drawing connections. Oops, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Holly. What I find so powerful about this unit is the opportunity to use evidence. It's not the teacher saying, well, light, you need light to see an object. It's actually making predictions about what you think using your prior knowledge, but also coming together and conduct an experiment and then having the evidence say, wow, it really does work when it's total darkness. You can't see the object. And once we saw the light, as the light got more progressive, it increased. We saw that there was a yellow car with black, words or lettering or coloring. So I like the fact that you're using your own evidence and drawing conclusions based on your evidence and observations.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm really glad you said that. That's really important. And you're right, that is really powerful about this, just this kind of learning, right?
Yes.
We're going to get pulled out of here in about 40 seconds, but if anyone has a last minute share.
I love it. It's great. I'm sorry that you can see my camera. I'm not at home, but
that's
it
okay.
it was really great. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience with my clumsiness.
You did great.
Some of the virtual tools this evening.
It's great. Very engaging.
Thank you. It was a well-written unit, that's for sure. I appreciate how hard it is to do this kind of work.
Yes.
Kristen, well.
Yeah, totally get that.
I was muted the whole time. I'm not sure why that happened, but I'm sure they'll suck us back pretty soon.
It sounded like they were already starting in on the next set over there.
Oh,
Okay.
Here we go. They're coming. They're bringing us back. Thank you all again.
Holly, you were great.
Thanks, Kathy.
Sorry, they're going to get me in trouble if I don't record. So the sense-making idea is about moving less from the teacher doing things to more of where the students are actively engaging and being a part of it. And so as we're going through this, we're going to be kind of paying attention to, in this curriculum, how it's doing this. How are we moving from less of the teacher doing the work and moving into a space where it's more of the students taking ownership of their learning. And to kind of help this out, this is a quote from one of my mentors, Brian Reiser, who is a author of the standards of NGSS. And he says, how do we support a classroom culture of figuring out for all students? And when we think about this, there are two big ideas. How do we support a classroom of figuring out? So I'll just underline it here, figuring out. So like, how do we make sure that students are actually figuring out these ideas? And then the second idea really is, how do we make sure that it's really engaging all students? Not just the students that have been traditionally engaged in science, but every single student that's been in there, not just the ones that may have had great science instruction in the past. So as we're going through this, I put this intentionally in the background, but I want you to be thinking about this as we go through this unit on garbage. And I want you to think about this. How are students' ideas being, how are students engaging in that figuring out piece? And then how are students, all students being able to have access to the curriculum and the science learning in here?
Wayne, real quick, you might want to present your slideshow so it gets bigger.
It gets bigger?
Because we see all your slides on the side.
Oh.
So you just have to go to slideshow and present.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because mine's showing it's
Sorry to interrupt everybody.
No. This is good. I appreciate that. I thought it was showing. Let me unshare and reshare, because on mine it's showing that I'm sharing all of them, but then it's maybe not doing that. So let me reshare. Okay, let's go back here. Thank you, Carrie.
No problem.
Let me do this. Zoom rookie, clearly. Okay, is this better?
Well, I'd like to go to slideshow in the top right corner and then presenter view so you can still see your notes.
So.
Can you see your little toggle arrow for slideshow?
I am not seeing that right now.
Okay.
I am not doing that. Okay.
Up in the very top right.
It's not one of the Zoom features. It's on your Google slide deck.
Yes, I'm sorry. That would help if I clarified that.
The other thing you can do is, if you can't get it to do that, go over to the little magnifying glass and just increase that.
Okay.
One of the two will help us.
I am not seeing. Why is it not doing it? Because it's like it's my entire screen, but it's not your entire screen. Oh, wait, here, maybe down here. Ha ha ha. Okay, what did you say? I have to go to full screen?
So slideshow with the little down arrow, and then go to present or presenter view.
Presenter view. I am sorry. This is disappointing. All right, do you see the little hat on the main slide? Is that what you're seeing? I have multiple slides up, and that's my question.
Oh, okay. We're just on the sense making slide. That's what I see.
Then
So there you go, right there.
Okay.
You got it.
Sorry, I thought I was sharing a different, so I was using that as my notes. So I'm like, oh yeah.
Oh, well,
it's
glad I
different.
pointed that out. Yes, this
Yeah.
is the slideshow we can see. There we go.
Gotcha. Okay, so I apologize. Having multiple slide decks up so I can see that is not necessarily helpful. Okay. So I'm gonna have to figure out. Let's see. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. Let me try to share the other one. Sorry. One last thing. I'm gonna try one more time. I apologize, people. Let's see here. Is it now the full slide?
No, we still see all of your tabs.
Oh, goodness. Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to see that then.
What you could do, if you want to share the link with me, I can run it and then you can look at your notes if that helps you.
That will help. Okay.
Okay, throw the link in the chat. I'll open it up and share my screen, and then you can use your notes and just say forward.
Sorry. Unshare, stop share. Okay. Well, that's one way of doing this. Copy. Okay, that's funny. That's why you always go through dry runs. Here we go. Okay. And I'll let you share with that, Carrie. So I'm sorry, I was on slide 4. I'll wait for you to share that. And actually, sorry, I'm gonna move you to slide 5, actually.
There's the hat you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the rest of us aren't seeing anything. All we're seeing is loading.
Oh, goodness. Oh, it says my screen is paused. My screen sharing is paused. Why? Oh, goodness. Sorry, people.
I know, this is odd.
I've never seen that before.
Try unsharing and then resharing it again. Sorry. I will go fast through these introduction slides so that we can get to the content, because it's a cool unit. While we're waiting for this to happen, I want to give you a little bit of background on the unit. So this unit is, so the lesson we're going to do today is actually a lesson within a larger unit. It is a garbage unit. I know Oki Lee was one of the people that spearheaded this unit, and it received a design badge. So when we talk about the lesson screener and that tool that NSTA has worked through, this unit has actually been and we can see it, Carrie. Perfect. If you could go to slide 5, that would be great, though. It has already received a badge from West Ed. So it went through the equip rubric, which is an even more intense review and analysis of how it connects. So this is kind of cool because you get to go through a unit that a lesson within a unit that has a design badge and has really been highlighted as an example of this. Okay, so as we're going through this today, the slides that have a hat on it are gonna kind of help us to indicate, like, we are going to put ourselves in the position of 5th grade students. So I want you to think about, what would your students as 5th graders think about? What would the questions they would ask? How would they word things? So I want you to think like a 5th grader, not necessarily act like a 5th grader, but we're going to definitely take on what that 5th grade student would be thinking as we go through it. When you see a half hat, this is where we're going to get to thinking about, we're going to still be in that, what are my students kind of thinking and feeling, but also in the background, paying attention to what are the instructional moves that teachers are going to be going through to help us in, that helped us to get to where we are. And then any slide without a hat, that's where we're just engaging it as teachers. Let's go to the next slide, 6. So to catch us up, as I said, this is a lesson within a larger unit. So I want to tell you where students have been. This is, students start off by asking some questions about trash, and they actually take trash and they dump it out and they start sorting it. And they start looking for different patterns, and they notice that there are different, how they sort them. There's some different characteristics or properties of what makes up some of the things that we throw away. And then students make some predictions about, like, what happens to this trash over time. And so they write down their predictions, and they actually go on a virtual field trip where they watch from the moment it goes in the bag all the way to when it's buried in a landfill. And so they watch like a 3 or 4 minute video about what happens to our trash. And this lesson, by the way, is a 4-day lesson. So that's on day 2. On day 3, they start to discuss as a class, and they start to model the garbage system and what they think happens to it. And then on day 4, they create what they call a driving question board, where students take all the questions that they had been gathering all through days 1 through 3, and they start to write them down, and the questions that they had about their garbage system, and they start connecting it to the larger question that they had about, like, what happens to our garbage and what's going on with garbage. And so students from that, you can go to the next slide, create their driving question board. The next lesson after that is a 3-day lesson where students then plan an investigation where they create landfill bottles, and they take 2 mason jars, and they take some of the different, they have a long setup of figuring out, like, well, what do we want to put in these jars based off what we've seen? And they basically want to figure out, like, will the garbage change over time? And so they make sure that some of the different categories of properties of garbage they put in each bottle. They seal one of them because some of the students are like, well, it gets covered with dirt, so maybe there's no air, but then we leave some of it's up near the surface, so we'll leave that one. And they begin to set up this investigation that will take several continuing lessons that they'll come back to and record. So students have set this up and they're kind of just wondering what's going to happen to the trash as they leave it in these bottles. And then in groups, students then develop models about their predictions about that and the closed landfill bottle system as compared to the open. So this is now setting us up to where we are now. Next slide. We are now in the point where we're at lesson 2.2, and we decide that we're going to start off by going back to our driving question board. So let's put on our student hats here, and we will go and get started. So you can click the next slide. So, hello friends, welcome back. Currently, we've been carrying on an investigation with these landfill bottles and to collect data to answer some of the questions that we had on our driving question board. But we also had a lot of other questions and sub questions on our driving question board. And so we want to figure out like how these things connect to what we're investigating. And maybe we can figure out some questions that we can answer while we're waiting for our landfill bottles experiment to run. So let's go to the next one. Let's take a little bit closer. I redrew them out for us here so that we could actually read them. So next slide. We had some questions about what's going to happen to the garbage. We had a lot of questions about like what's under that garbage pile. Like, why don't they recycle it? Can we recycle that stuff? What's the liquid stuff in garbage? And then we had some questions about what we should do with it. Like, can we go to a landfill? Is it safe? Do people live near landfills? Like, can we eat our garbage? Or some people's questions. So we had a lot of questions about what we should do with it. Next slide. And we also had some questions about the smell. A lot of you mentioned that, you know, it was kind of stinky and like, what's causing that stink? Is it toxic? Is it okay for us to smell this? Like, how do garbage men, how are they able to be around that smell? And then we also had some questions about what we do to our garbage. Is there a reason why, like, can we burn it? Are there rules at the landfill? Why do they put the garbage inside? Why do they cover it up? So we had a lot of questions about those things as well. You can go to the next slide. And one of the questions that we had from this kind of came out of the video that we watched. A lot of you had some questions about when we were doing our virtual field trip, what happens to the materials when they're crushed in the landfill? We noticed that they had like pushed them all together in these compactors. And so we wondered, like, why do they do that? And you guys made some predictions last class about the various materials in the landfills and what happens when they like get smushed together. So I think we're going to do that today. I think we're going to figure out and we're going to investigate what happens to the garbage materials and as we crush them, and maybe we can see like if something happens to them when they get crushed. So we can go to the next slide. Sorry, going down here. Okay, so last time, to mimic the process of materials being crushed in a landfill, we're going to do the crushing in our own classroom. And that may look like smushing something together. It may look like tearing things apart to make it smaller, but we're going to actually like do that together. And we're going to observe the properties in each of those materials, just like you said, like when we did the landfill and we did our landfill bottles, like we thought it was important to make sure that we had different types of things. We're going to pay attention to those similar properties, and we're going to keep track of those. And just like that. So we want to look to see if the properties of these different things, what happens to them when we crush them. Okay. So next slide. So before we go off into our own investigation, let's practice with an example. Okay. And we're going to take a look, and maybe we want to ask, like, figure out the question of like, what do we think is going to happen to the properties of a soda can? So I have with us right now, I have a soda can here, and we have some of our properties. How would we, if someone in the chat or if someone wants to unmute, like, how would we describe maybe the color of this can or the properties of this? Give me a property that we could kind of from our chart that we would use to describe this. Anyone
Well,
know?
most soda cans are made out of aluminum.
Oh, cool. I love that. They're made out of aluminum. So how does so I love that it's made out of aluminum. What kind of properties would aluminum, like when you think about something that's aluminum, how would you describe that?
Malleable.
Malleable. Okay, I love that. Malleable. What else? Smooth. I see Carrie said smooth.
Pretty stable.
Stable.
Maintains its, yeah, you know, I mean, unless you crush it or, you know, do things like that, it'll maintain its shape.
Oh, it maintains its shape. I love that. Awesome. What color would we kind of say this one is? So like if we have it, this one's a specific for this one, but might say it's plum. Okay, I would agree. I had to ask my wife too. I didn't know what color this was, and she's like, it's kind of purpley, kind of a plum, smooth, maroon. I think those are all good. Carrie, you can go ahead and click. I got some things that we record these ideas down, and I just took a shot in the dark before you came at what they would be. Go ahead, next one. Smooth. Some people I saw in the chat said smooth. Shiny. Someone said like an aluminum. So yeah, these are some great ways to be able to describe the properties of the soda can. Okay. And so like when we go to crush this, we want to figure out like what questions, what do we think could happen to this? So let's go to the next slide. And there's a couple different things. When we crush materials in our landfill bottles, we wanted to know, like in our investigation last time, if the materials were going to change. So do we think, you know, is this material going to change? But then you also, in our landfill bottles, wanted to know, like, does the amount of the material change? So like if I crush this, like, will the amount of this change? That's okay. Good questions. Okay, so let's think about this. We're going to, our purpose is to investigate. You can go to the next slide. Our purpose of this investigation is to be able to figure out what happens when we crush some of these materials. And we have some different ideas about whether the types or the amounts of materials in the materials is crushed in a landfill. So now we're going to figure this out, but we want to know, like, we think that they're going to change. Last time you guys said you think that they were going to change, but we want to know if they change right when we crush them. Like, does it change when it crushes, or does it change later? Because some of you said that garbage over time smells a bit more. So let's take a look at this as well. Next slide. We're going to watch a quick video and we're going to see what happens. And we're going to, by the way, we're going to do this ourselves. We're going to get to do this with our own materials, but I'm going to show you with this can, and let's see what happens as we wait. So go ahead, play it.
Is there sound on this video?
No, you don't need to
Okay,
have sound.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay, you can go on to the next slide, Carrie. Oh, there we go. So we had our can, right? We took it, we crushed it. And now we want to know, like, did the properties, like, let's take a look at these properties here. And I'm going to hold this up so you can see this a little bit better on the side. If I have it, I also have it on the screen. But let's talk about, let's look at the properties, at least that I highlighted on the chart. what would you say the property in terms of color? What color would we say it is? Is the color the same? Is it different? Someone want to say it either out loud or in the chat?
It stayed the same.
It stayed the same. So it's still purple. Let's click the next one, Carrie, and let's see. We got purple. Okay. What about the texture? Like, I know it's crumpled, but is the texture of the original thing, do we think it's similar or is it different? Someone wants to share in the chat or in?
Some parts are the same and some parts are different.
Yeah. The same. Some parts are different. I love that answer. Some of it maybe like sharper. I like that. Carrie, go ahead. And then would you say, has we described it kind of as aluminum, like shiny. Is it still aluminum and shiny, or is it somehow different? Anyone want to share? It's the same. So Hillary says it's the same. And what about, I noticed on that video, we had it where we weighed it. Would the weight be, was the weight the same or different? It weighed 12 grams at the beginning. At the end, did it weigh the same or different? Okay, the same. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide real quick. So at this point, we'd give students a checklist of instructions and they could gather materials, different types of stuff, because we saw it with this can, but we want to try it with some different stuff. So this is your chance as well. We give them some guidance about how to use the electronic scales and to be able to measure it. So I am going to put a link to a Jamboard. And on the Jamboard, the first slide has a place to put your name and assign yourself to a group. So I'll give you that. And if you could click on that, and if you could put a sticky note and put yourself in one of the groups, and then go to the corresponding slide. I'd like you, if you have a chance, unfortunately, I can't break you off into breakout rooms within breakout rooms. But if you could take some sort of object and either tear it, if you have like a paper towel or something like that, a paper or whatever, and if you could kind of go through the same process, and I want you to write down and record the different things in your chart on those corresponding slides. So I'll let you first. You're just going to go to the first slide that's mentioned in your row.
So your link didn't appear in the chat.
It didn't appear in the chat.
There you go.
Okay. I don't know how that happened. Oh, maybe I just sent it. I don't know. That's weird. Thank you, Carrie.
I just want to add, when he says slides, I'm changing it at the top here. So I'm on frame 2. I think that's what you mean, correct, Wayne? Like
Yes,
slide
frame,
2, frame 2.
yes.
Okay. And then frame
2.
3. So
Correct.
there.
And I have the group numbers in the upper right-hand corner. And we will be coming back to these frames and to help you. So like when you're at that frame, let's say you're on frame 2, and it will tell you at the bottom where to go next after that when we get to the second part today. So, and if you could at least have a couple people in your group, that would be helpful. But we will be working kind of asynchronously because we don't have the space to really be able to talk out loud. But 2 people per group, roughly 2. If there's an odd person out, we can put them as a third.
I'll jump in if there's anyone that has a single.
All right. Well, it looks like it's Janie and I. So moving on.
Yeah, maybe other people are away from their I don't know, computers.
Uh-oh.
Not sure.
Oh, they're waiting for the link to open.
Waiting for the link to open. Oh. Oh, more people are entering and I see more people.
There we go. It looks like we have 6 on there now.
That's just bizarre. Yep, and when you get to a spot, you can start going to the thing. And if you can't get the link to open, hey, I get it. I've had technology stuff today, so it we'll do what we can. And I'll put a timer on just so that we get to the next part. I'm gonna give us about maybe two minutes if we can, so to do this and kind of go through the properties, and then we'll come back to the slides.
Hillary, if you need to, I can type in a post-it for you and I will change it to, I can add you. So just direct message me, Carrie Williams, and I can add stuff to the board if you need to.
Yeah. Thank you, Carrie.
No problem.
And go ahead, do both the tearing and if you have or the crushing of that lab. Starting to see some patterns. Gonna give you about 1 more minute and then we're gonna move on. But we're going to use this data for the next part. So I want to make sure that we have some. And when you're done with your section, I'd like you to kind of look at the other slides as well. So I think all of them should be in the first 6 frames, I should say. I know that Jamboard does frames instead, but take a look and see what kinds of patterns you're noticing in the other participants' things. What would students be thinking? What would students be noticing about what they're seeing between these different different things?
Well, you're really getting into materials science. And so it, because all of these things over time will eventually, given certain conditions, degrade, whether it's something metal is going to rust oxidize and rust and all of those kind of things. And so,
yeah,
I think, and the big question that I think that kids get at is, when we talk about from an engineering perspective, not a science perspective, which is what I teach, is why are things made the way they are?
Ooh.
Why, whether you're talking about design and aesthetics and all that kind of stuff, but you're also talking about, how long they're going to serve. Are they, that pop can, how long is it going to keep its shape? Well, for the most part, if it's handled properly, from when it comes off the conveyor belt, is trucked wherever it's going and comes to your, 7-Eleven.
Right.
You buy your soda.
So I love that point too. Like, is all stuff, right? And I think there's a question like, will all stuff last the same? Like, I think that's a great question. And I totally think a student might ask that. And like, I love the design aspect of that too. That's really great.
Well, that's the focus of what I do. I'm a teacher of teachers, and I teach mostly engineering, some science, but mostly engineering.
Yeah. And I think the nice thing about this is in this lesson, it is framed, well, we're testing already what's going to happen over a long period of time with our landfill bottles. But what happens right at that start, like right at the beginning when things get crushed or torn or whatever, to the point we're going to throw them away, like, does something change there? Like, has something changed? And I think that's a great question, because just like you're saying, like maybe some things are starting to change, but maybe there's some things that aren't. And we're gonna get to some science ideas about what the implications are. Like, is just because I change its shape, does that mean that some substance is different? Yeah. Okay, Carrie, I'm gonna have you put up slide 20, if that's okay. I'm going back to the slides because I do want to get to the second part. And so, by the way, this is the last thing that they would, so this would all happen day one of a 2-day lesson. And this is the last thing that they do. So students would then take at this point and say, can we identify the material that was there from the beginning to the material that was there at the end after we crush it? Like, can we tell what that material is? And what kinds of patterns in the before and after the crushing? Are those properties the same, different? And thinking about it also from how much, the amount of something, and we decided that we wanted to weigh it. Are the patterns and weight in materials, does it suggest that the thing is the same? If there is it the same amount of stuff as there is at the end? So starting to think about these patterns, and students would kind of leave off thinking about some of the patterns that they'd see. So let's real quick. Someone can either say out loud, what would be a pattern that, well, I'm going to save it for the next part. But well, we'll do it here. What patterns do you think students would notice from the data? If anyone would like to share. The texture seems to change the most out of everything. Cool. Thank you, Laura. Thank you for sharing. Does the other things change? Did we notice if other things changed? Seems like the size changes, but most of it stays the same as well. That's interesting. Were you able to recognize the material before and after we weighed, before we crushed it or tore it or altered it? Okay, so I'm gonna have us move to the next slide. To the next slide. And I'd like us to just reflect so far, right? Students have been engaging in things. They started an investigation. And I want us to think about, so that would be slide, yep, here we are. So at this point, I want us to think about primarily maybe the second question of these two questions. Like, one, how are students figuring out the science ideas? We're going to get to that more in the second part of this lesson. So this is a halfway point. But how are the instructional routines helpful for students to make this accessible to all students? So maybe in the chat, if you could just jot something down, like think about some of the things that happened. How are we making this science, engaging in science, equitable for all the students in the classroom? They're all crushing the materials. They're working in groups, allowing them to hear their others' ideas and spark maybe some of their own. I love that they give them choice about what they're crushing. It's not that they have to do the exact same thing. Yeah. So I love that as well. And I even think like one of the things I noticed, and I know it was kind of fast at the beginning, but they started with the students' ideas from the driving question boards. All those questions that they started with were questions that were either around a group of questions or were from direct questions inside of those subgroups of questions on the driving question board, which came from students initially from the first lesson. Cool. Let's go to the next slide. So after a day, here we are, day 2, we're going to start to use these patterns that we've started to identify in our data to start to make some claims. You may remember from previous grades that when we figured out something from an investigation, we make a claim. And a claim is kind of the answer to a question that we've investigated. So originally, what question were we investigating yesterday in this crush lab? Like, what was the question that we were trying to answer? Could someone tell us what that question was, either out loud or in the chat? What question were we trying to investigate? What do we do to our garbage? Yeah, and why is it in cubes? What happens when it gets in cubes, when it gets crushed? Thank you so much, Hillary. Great. And do we think we can answer maybe some of those questions with our patterns? I think we've collected a lot of different data from our investigation. So I think we have some now data beyond just one piece of data, but we have all of our class data that we can share and we can look at to maybe answer some of these questions. Okay, let's go to the next slide here. So if we're going to make some claims, we're going to create some claims today. Remember we had some individual questions that we were trying to get to. We wanted to know if the materials, when they're crushed, does the type of material change, right? We wanted to know those things. So what's a claim that we could make about, based off of what we saw, that could maybe answer that question. Like when we crush something or we tear something, does the type of material change? Based off of what we saw, what would you say a claim is that we could make about that? Could someone either unmute or if they could put it in the chat, what's a claim that we could kind of make about that? Does the type of material change is what we wanted to know? Based off what we saw or what you saw on the thing, what would we say? Yeah, we could make the claim that the material stayed the same. So Carrie, you can click that and we have that. And to save time, we'll say we also wanted to know if the amount of material changed, right? And so we weighed it. We weighed it before it was crushed and we weighed it after. And based off of our evidence, what would we say from that? We could make the claim, go ahead, Carrie, next one, that when we crush the materials, the amount of materials does not change. These are two different claims that we could make based off of the investigations that we observed. Okay, so it's not just important that we have claims, so we need to take these claims and we need to think about them and provide some evidence. So go ahead, click the next part. And we're gonna just kind of go through this on the quick side, but in this process, we would talk to students about evidence is not opinions. It's not, well, I think, or I think this is what's happening, or I hope this is what's happening, but we're going to take evidence and we're going to support it with data. And where are we going to get that data? And we spend some time, go ahead, click it, Carrie. And we're going to get it from our property table and click it again. And we're also going to get it from the weights that we took, the measurements that we took with looking at the weight of them before and after. And so we really encourage students to be able to do that to help them as we decide to start to make what we're going to call an argument. So go ahead, click the next slide. So now, as just like scientists, like us, we all disagree at times and we argue in a very special way. And scientists argue in a very maybe different way than we think traditionally about arguing. We're all trying to find out the answer from evidence that we can observe and record. And we respect everybody's ideas and we test these ideas and that match the evidence. Different ideas help us think more clearly about what to observe and how we decide which ideas match our evidence. The goal of an argument is not to show who is right, but to decide which ideas best match the evidence. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take one of these claims and we're going to support it with the evidence that we have. So I have this nice table and we're going to work this one out together as a class. And we're going to see, make the claim that when materials are crushed, the type of materials does not change. And go ahead, click the next thing. And this question is answering the question, when the material is crushed in a landfill puddle, does the type of material change? And so that's what this claim is going to answer, just that question. And so we have to look at some of the evidence that we had. So if I think back to the pop bottle that I crushed, I could take some of that evidence there and use it in when I make my argument. So let's take a look at what I saw. So evidence I have, go ahead, click that. The first thing that I noticed was the soda can was purple. It was smooth and kind of shiny before, but it was also like that after I crushed it. So that would be maybe some evidence that I would use to be able to do that, right? And the reason, so go ahead, click the next thing. The reason I would include that piece of data as maybe evidence is if I'm saying the material does not change, then maybe no change in the properties show that the material does not change as well, or a majority of the properties not changing does not constitute as the material changing. Another piece of evidence is maybe looking at one of my partners or looking at the Jamboard. Go ahead, click the next screen. Is that I saw someone had some paper and the paper was white, smooth, and dull. And it was also white, smooth, and dull after it was torn up. There were some pieces. So again, I had my example with the pop can, but go ahead, click the next one. But we saw that there was no change in the properties that showed that the materials maybe doesn't change as well. So I have two pieces of evidence. I have this piece of paper example, and then I also have this pop can example. So now I have to figure out, what is my reasoning? Why does this evidence support my claim? And reasoning is essentially connecting the evidence and the claim together. So I asked myself, why did I include this evidence? And from that, I can make a statement that connects those two. So go ahead, click that. And I said, since there was no change in the properties, the color, the texture, the reflectivity for, Andy, it should be any of these materials, the materials are identified by their properties. And since none of these properties changed, crushing the materials did not change the material. So that would be maybe an argument. This would be what we'd call a scientific argument that we could make to be able to support that. Okay, let's do this. Let's try it. We made one claim, but let's go ahead and try it with our own. So go ahead, if you could click to the next slide. And we're gonna, in our group, in your group, I should say, you're gonna go back to the Jamboard. And on the next two, you're going to go through and you're gonna see if, based off of the investigations you did, if you can maybe find out if the material, does the amount of the material change or not change? So I will give you some time to really quick go do that. And I'll give us, because I want to get to the end of this, I will give us 4 minutes to try. And if you can create it, by the way, I did make it so that you could click on those things and you can actually write in those boxes there. So if you actually click on one, click on, see, it has it already set up so that you can write there and you don't have to go and drag from Jamboard. So go ahead, work asynchronously, try to fill out some of this with your corresponding ones just to give it a shot. And then after, you can click on the slide that is just adjacent with it. I want you to reflect, how did working with a group, how did that work? Think about our group work that we did on day one, but also think about how did working with a group on drafting our first argument together? And I want you to take some time to think about, did you include those things, and kind of just do a self check or a peer check with each other. And you can just put a sticky note on top of those things. So this would be what's included as well. So just do the first slide, but I wanted to show you the second slide of what students would do after that. So I'll give you about 4 minutes, 4-minute timer. And then I want to make sure we get to the end. And remember, we are going through this much faster than we would with students. So there would be a lot more drawn out and bigger discussions on each of these. So. Thank you. Well. And unfortunately, we probably don't have very many that had kitchen scales. But I will tell you, as my son found out, he's like, ah, they weigh the same before and after. Oh, someone had 3 grams. You can definitely use my data. Of course. And if you need to remember the numbers on that, there was 12 grams before and 12 grams after. I'm going to give you have about a minute left. I know it's fast, but just letting you know, about a minute left. Yes, they're definitely, and they would also have some sharing of class data as well. Some class data as well. Okay, let's go back to the slides and let's go to slide 27. So after this, we'd have a discussion with students like, what did we figure out? And we're like, yes, at this point, we'd have enough data to say like, we don't think that the material changed and we don't think the amount of the material changed. We're like, awesome. Okay, so then let's think about this. Let's take this one step further. If we took a piece of paper and we were to tear this piece of paper into smaller and smaller pieces, so much so that the individual pieces were so small we couldn't even see them. Do we think that the paper is still there and they would have to then support their ideas? And then they would have maybe a discussion about that. And they would also then, I'm going through this kind of fast. So students would have a discussion about that idea. And it would also be a good assessment point at this point. Like, do we think that something's changed just by physically doing something to it? And then we'd also have a moment where we summarize, what did we figure out today? And we'd record that on a board. And then the teacher would kind of conclude the class at this point and say, like, we've kind of discovered some big ideas here, like that everything, including the materials that we tested, like is actually made up of stuff. And scientists call this stuff matter. And when matter has like a physical change of its size or its shape, the amount of matter that's there, like from all our data, like does not change. So like whatever it weighed before is like going to be what it weighs after. That's like wild. And they call this, we say that this matter, scientists say it's been conserved. And that's why it's called the conservation of matter. The weight of the materials did not change so that we know that matter was conserved. So this is kind of cool. And so then students would take this idea and they would have now something that they had conceptually figured out. We can now tag a scientific understanding of a scientific vocabulary and concept onto it. And that's essentially how they would kind of exit out of that lesson. So let's go on to slide 28. Let's think about this. How do we support a classroom culture of figuring out for all students? So we looked at, we kind of, on the first pass, the first day, we really emphasized the like all students piece, but how did we use student ideas to help us figure out science ideas? Someone could incorporate that into the chat. That'd be awesome. Or you can unmute yourself if you're that brave. How are student ideas used to help figure out science ideas? Think about what happened in this lesson and how does that support that? Yeah, I love that. Ideas provide discourse for further ideas. Wonderful, right? Students being able to talk about it. It inspires different ideas or it gives them ideas to connect to. Wonderful. Yeah, it seems like it was their idea in the data tables, and then we use them to figure out our own claims, right? I didn't do it because it wasn't the teacher, but it was like I took stuff that I created, self-generated data. Yeah, I love that. Not centered on an answer from the teacher, right?
Well,
But it was,
it's,
yeah, go ahead.
sorry. It's an entry point for all students when we think about our second language students and our special education students. All of them figuring out happens all the time. And how kids process things is different depending upon what they bring, their prior experience. But when it's based on an experience that they're all having, they all have a chance to add to the collective community knowledge.
Yes. 100% agree. That's great. Carrie, go ahead to the next one. I want to make sure that we get to the last two slides because I have like a minute and I'm like, ah. So this is the collection of resources that they discussed it. So of all the different elementary daily do's, this one is not a daily do. This was something pulled off of another part of the NSTA website. If you can click the next slide, Carrie. And this one is the garbage unit, which has a whole bunch of connected lessons, which I love. And I just threw it in the chat. I don't know if it actually went in because I don't think my chat's working on my other computer. Nope, it's not. Okay, well, that is really funny to me. Thank you, Carrie. So yes, so definitely those are some resources I would check out. Definitely the other resources on the other elementary pathways. But I think the cool thing is when you get to do that, you get to see these different routines used in different contexts. So that's that. And then click to the next slide. Oh, yeah, so I think that's all of them, the slides. Are there any questions that people have in the last minute that we have?
I think Hillary wants to know what kinds of materials you use in the classroom. And I know we're out of time. Does anyone want to throw in the chat what they might use or have used?
It's great.
I like paper cups, styrofoam cups, paper, things that are crushable.
Yes, 100%.
That's kind of the key.
I think like it depends on when you do it during the day. But sometimes if it's an after lunch thing, you can have students like save something from that they already have. Yeah. I think that and I like using things that are already, I don't like taking things and destroying them because that could cause some difficulty for students who may not have as much. I worked in an inner city school district, so it was just trying to pay attention to things that were already kind of maybe in that direction of going to the garbage. But yes, great question. Yeah. Other questions? That was a good one. And I think I also would have some difference. Some of the concerns I always had was if they were all paper, so.
Well, and the difference between organic and inorganic.
Yeah.
I like Tootsie Rolls for organic. They're easy and then the kids get to eat them.
Okay.
And they're cheap.
That's a good one.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Think some chips or Cheetos would be kind of fun.
Yes.
Messy, very messy.
When you do it, you have they recommend a plastic cup to make sure that nothing spills out. Yeah,
oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Yeah, the instructions have that, I think.
That was a mistake. He's gonna pull us back out, I'm sure. Oh, you're muted. You're
I was just gonna say thank you everyone for attending this session and participating. So,
yeah. Thank you, Wayne. We appreciate it.
yeah, and thank you for saving me, Carrie.
That's okay. I've been tech support before. All right. See you in the main
I'll
room.
do, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. That was the fastest 70 minutes of my week. I want to thank everybody in the third grade room with me and for all of you in all of the rooms for the participation that happened there. I'm really excited. All right, so I think we are back for real. And I just want to thank everyone for participating this evening. I'm going to go ahead and move us into the last part of our time together this evening. And what I would love to know is for you to consider your experience as a learner in elementary school and how this experience compared to that experience. How is the experience tonight similar to your experience as a student in elementary school? And how is it different? How is it different than what you experienced in elementary school? I'm going to ask you to just hold here for just a moment. I know we don't have a lot of time. And some folks are already sharing. So if you want to take a moment to just share something that was similar in the chat window. Was there something similar to your experience as a kindergartner, or excuse me, as an elementary student and your experience tonight? Interesting. So you aren't thinking that there were many similarities between your experience this evening and what you experienced in school as a elementary student. So let's then focus on the difference. And what I'd like us to do is to consider the differences that you experienced tonight and think about how those differences are what make learning accessible to all of the students in front of you. So I'm going to drop a link to a Padlet so that we can easily revisit this thinking. So if you would meet us on the Padlet, would you share, and I'll meet you there, these things that are coming up that are different? I'd love to capture them. So if you've already posted in the chat window, I'd love for us to move those onto this Padlet. Let's see if I can manage to share my screen. And with permission, if it's okay, I'd like to grab the thinking that was shared here in the chat window. May I move it to the Padlet? And the reason I'm doing that is I think being able to revisit our thinking might give us some ideas for the way in which we implement lesson in the classroom. Yes, and I will post that link to the Padlet again. If you haven't posted on Padlet before, you can use the plus in the lower right-hand corner. If you click on that, you can give it a title, or you can just move right into the body of the post. And as soon as you've typed something in and hit publish, you'll be posted. Catherine, I'm gonna take your post and add it to the Padlet just to make sure that it's captured. Thank you. More explorative, the how and why. Collaborative, I see coming up. Students driving, thinking, questioning. They put the students in charge. Everybody had an opportunity to demonstrate their thinking, not just one or two people. And the collaborative nature, right? Science is a social endeavor. Thank you too for the posts that are coming up in the chat window. I felt intrigued to learn. I felt motivated to learn. Or some things that are coming up on our posts. Thank you. And I do encourage you to keep posting because as many of you in your immersions might have recognized the power of patterns as evidence to support a claim. And we're thinking about the way that we want to make sure that our students are really all have access to science, all want to learn, all are excited and race to the class, to the start of science every day. So please do continue to post. I'm going to take us out here with just a couple slides. Actually, Don, I forgot that you were sharing the slides. Would you share the slides, please?
Could you stop sharing? You may find that those slides are still up. Something weird happened.
Thank you.
There. Weird.
So no problem. You may have seen these slides before, and just very quickly, some of what you described when you said how different it was and how the teacher just told you things. We call that the information frame. That's how we think about instruction, where the information is handed down to you. You might do something with it, you give it back. And for some students who are already genuinely interested, they might be able to do something with it. But what we experience tonight is that access to all. We call that the sense-making frame, where we put something puzzling, intriguing, something kids care about, they're concerned with, a problem, and they themselves are desperate to be able to explain how or why something has occurred. And that's what puts them in the driver's seat. That's what allows for that collaboration. And they turn out to be the ones who own the knowledge in the room. And moving from the information frames to the sense-making frame, it's a continuum. The lessons you experience tonight are all somewhere on the continuum. Both we as teachers and curriculum developers, instructional material developers, we're all iterating our way toward sense-making. You will find links to the lessons in the collection. I'm going to actually move past this slide. That you experienced tonight. It's just taking us a little bit to put everything together. You are welcome to join us again on February 9th to see a different lesson, to see the same lesson presented by a different facilitator. So we hope to see you again. I thank you all, to our lead facilitators in the room, to all of our February 9th facilitators who are here with us to support the learning. And thank you all. I have a feeling based on the chat that everyone was really active participants in tonight's learning. So thank you so much for that. So I'm going to move us out quickly here. We're going to drop a survey as soon as we stop the recording. I'm going to drop the link to the collection of resources, but you'll receive it again in an email. Again, it's a forever collection. Tonight's slides will be added by tomorrow morning. Upcoming web seminars, you can always check out what's happening. I'm going to drop that link for you. Again, this repeats on February 9th with our February 9th facilitating team, as well as other really interesting web seminars coming up and different topics. So much to say about Atlanta. So I'm going to drop the link and let our webpage do the sharing of all of the wonderful things that are happening there. And I will move to the end and say thank you to the NSTA team for making this web seminar and other web seminar and virtual experiences happen. And that concludes tonight's program.